Hey, George.
What's going on, Max? How you doing, brother?
Good. Hope to see you next Thursday.
Yeah, next Thursday I'll be much more free. I had so much family in town. I was just like running all over the place. But yeah, come on by next Thursday. We'll do something for sure. 100%.
Cool.
How's the new office? You check out the new office in Flagler?
It was awesome.
Really cool.
Yep.
Yeah.
Really cool. I'm gonna go eat breakfast. Hey, Roxy.
Mic check. Can anyone hear me? Anyone hear me?
$70 charge.
If someone can hear me, please help me out. Say something.
We can hear you, Cho.
We hear you.
Sweet. Got it. I thought for a second the class was going on, and my speaker wasn't working.
It's 8:07, right? Is class starting?
I don't know. I don't see Professor in quite yet.
At least the speaker's working. I thought there was something wrong.
Okay, Natalie just told me that she left the meeting because the professor showed up here in the classroom. Oh, here we go.
Why don't you get started, Max?
No, he just joined. Good morning, Mr. Singer.
If you can hear me, give me a thumbs up, somebody.
Yep.
All right, fantastic. Sorry to keep you all waiting. Had some problems logging into Zoom. Move some cameras around. There we go. Okay, you can all see me now. My name's Gary Singer. Welcome. That was fun. But I'm into Zoom now. Welcome to Real Estate Law. I'm going to be your professor today. And if you just bear with me one more second, because I got windows popping up all over the place, and then we'll get started. Okay, hopefully you all have seen in Canvas, under the module 1, there was 3 contracts that I had put in there in the module. You may want to look at them on the screen as we go through today. We'll get started on the actual lesson plan in just a few minutes, but I want to make sure everyone saw that. And again, just hang tight a second because apparently this computer still needs its morning coffee. Come on, no computer's this slow. You know what, while the computer decides to not make little clocks turn upside down, I will get started. My name is Gary Singer. I'm your professor here for real estate law and ethics in your class. I know that you're all spending a lot of time and are busy professionals, so I'm going to try my very best to make sure the 4 hours a week you spend with me are very worthwhile. And we're going to start off today. I'm going to introduce myself, tell you a little bit why you should be listening to what I have to say. I always like to do that whenever I speak or teach because, you know, you never really know who the person is and why they're up there and why what they're saying might make sense or might not make sense. So that's a good part. We're also going to go over the syllabus, our expectations. I'll talk about tests, grading, all that sort of thing. And we'll jump into the lesson today, which is going to be the basics of contracts and whatnot. So let me start off by telling you a little bit about myself. Like I said, my name is Gary Singer. I'm a real estate attorney. I also practice civil litigation. I have an active practice in 2005. I've owned my own firm since 2005. Excuse me, I've been practicing longer than that. And I have several other attorneys working for me. I also am the proud owner of Broward County's oldest title company. And no, I'm not the original owner, but it is the oldest one, been in the same place since I think 71. So it's called Gibraltar Title. It's closed many of the buildings around town, and I've been owning and running it for about 7 years now. And before that, I had a different title company. I merged into it when I took over that one. I attended Nova undergrad. I also got my law degree from Nova. So I'm a big Shark fan, I guess. It's a good school. I know, go Sharks, right? And before that, I actually worked my way through Nova. So I know a little bit about what you're going through. I was actually, if you've been to the Taco Bell by the campus, I was the general manager while I was going to night school at Nova. So I'd work there till 5:30, come in smelling like a burrito from 6 to 10 to get my undergrad degree. So after I graduated that and decided maybe, well, that was actually a really good job. Maybe I'll try something different. And I tried law school. I was fortunate enough to get a scholarship, so it made it pretty easy to decide to do that. And I got to tell you, by the time I was there the first week, I just loved it. Never looked back. Never thought I'd be a real estate lawyer, frankly, but I also never thought I'd be a lawyer. So I guess that goes hand in hand. Before that, I was actually in the military. I was in the Coast Guard, part of the tactical law enforcement team for the Coast Guard. I did drug busts and alien interdiction and got to jump off of buildings and out of helicopters. I was in a lot better shape back then and a lot younger, so it was easier to do. So that's kind of my history. Since then, I've been practicing law. Like I said, I do a lot of real estate closings. I've also done real estate development, and I'll tell you more about that in a future class. The biggest project I did was 29 units. Well, I'll tell you more about that in a future class. So I'll say did with quotes around it, because that was really fun and kind of, we can use that in our lessons on real estate development law. And I litigate, I go to trial, I go to court, I help people buy and sell property. I've been selected as a super lawyer for 11 years now. I'm the former president or past president of the Broward Attorneys Real Estate Council. I've been the chair of the Broward County Bar Association property section for about a decade. I don't know if I mentioned, I'm board certified as a real estate lawyer. For a lawyer, it's a little different than some other professions to be board certified. So my year, when I became board certified in 2009, 53 people took the test, 17 passed. So it's a tough test. One person got up in the middle of the test, cursed, and walked out. It was a full day test, just to give you an idea. So it's if you meet a board certified lawyer in Florida, it's a bit of a distinction because it's really, really hard to get that. Just to apply, you have to meet certain high standards. I also, if any of you like to read the newspaper, I'm also a nationally syndicated real estate law columnist. I appear every week in about 400 newspapers. Locally, I'm in the Sun Sentinel, and you can read me online or on Monday. If you want to see it on every Monday, it's in the money section in the Sun Sentinel. But it's different days and different papers. You can also find me online on the Sun Sentinel website. It's usually posted by Thursday or Friday. So that's been fun. And basically, I answer readers' questions, kind of like Help Me Howard, but for real estate law. And let's see what else. That's a lot. I'm also a dad. I got two kids, a 14 and a 12-year-old, and a Panthers fan. So that's a lot about me. There's probably more, but I'm sure you'll get to learn it. I'm kind of an open book as we go through the class. But I do like to let people know who I am and what I do. Now, I do all these things at once, serve on bar committees and volunteer and get to come in on Saturdays. I work about 70 hours a week. I like working. I like the real estate. I like real estate law. And I like keeping busy. And I also, believe it or not, even with that, I spend all of my spare time with my family. We do a lot of fun things too. Because I take 4 weeks of vacation a year. So when you work 70 hours a week, you get to do that. I define vacation as working less than 20 hours a week, just so you know. So that's me. I'd like to actually learn a little bit about all of you, if you don't mind. Very simple, your name, what you currently do for a living, if you want, if it's relevant, why you're taking this program, and if you could, just tell me like your basic level of experience with real estate law, so I can kind of gauge how I describe things based on the makeup of the group. We're going to start with, you know what, if I can, I believe you all can talk. I hope I can hear. I have no idea, but we'll try it with somebody. Why don't we start with James Duke? You're the first one on my screen. James, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Thanks for starting.
I can't hear you. Bear with me 1 second. I want to figure out why I can't hear you.
Can you hear me now? Can anyone hear me?
I can
No,
hear.
still can't
Yes,
hear you. Give
we
me
can
1
hear
more
you.
second, buddy.
Okay. So I guess he can't hear.
You know if there's a volume switch? So I have one person in the classroom, so. Oh, okay. So sorry about all these little technical things.
Hey, Natalie.
Guys,
Oh,
see what we can do.
She can't hear you.
Can someone say something?
Hi, Natalie.
No,
No.
nothing there. I wonder if there's a, oh, there you go.
Try again, Max?
Hi, Natalie.
No.
Maybe a little speaker thing there. Maybe it's turned off.
No. Nothing. Oh.
That's very
You
strange.
have tested all your speakers. Okay. well,
You know, I could probably join Zoom by my phone.
Microphone, speaker. But yeah, the Dell is the speaker right now, so it's so weird.
Yeah. Okay, well, now we know.
Okay, so if you're gonna join through your phone.
I'm gonna try to join
Okay.
through my phone. That way I can hear you all.
If you wanted to get IT, usually
I think unfortunately that would probably take
yeah.
Oh,
more
Natalie.
time. You want to start on your laptop so we can hear?
I was just gonna say.
So, yeah, my assistant here today is going to start on her laptop. So we'll skip that for just a minute. I'll start going with syllabus because I know your time is valuable and I really don't want to waste it. The syllabus you can find in Canvas. I know there was a little trouble with it being seen early on, but it is available there. But I'm going to go over the important parts of it. I know this is a hybrid class where you can come in or appear by Zoom. That's your choice. I always think coming in is more fun. If you do, it's in the DeSantis Building 2072, every Saturday from 8 to noon. Okay, we're going to go over real estate law. My goal is to give you all a basic working knowledge of real estate law and how it's really used by people in the real estate development and real estate investors in the real world. So we'll talk about concepts, but we're also going to talk a lot about how it really works. And we're going to talk about what happens when things go wrong and it goes to litigation. And I'm going to share my experiences with you with that. So, you know, like it's really nice to say it looks good on paper or in a textbook, but when you look at how it really works, sometimes it can be very different for the better or for worse. So we're going to go over a lot of that as well. While we're on the subject of textbooks, there's an optional textbook for this course, Practical Real Estate Law by Daniel Hinkle. It's a very good book. It's designed for paralegals. The reason I made it optional is because some of you may have more experience with real estate law, because I know you're all working folks, for the most of you. And if you do, and you really have a good basic working knowledge of real estate law, you may not need it. Money is tough to come by, you know, especially when you're paying college bills and, you know, life bills. So if you need it, it's there. It's actually very good. I actually had it before I taught this class from a paralegal class I did. And it's really good. If you need it, you need it. If not, it's not necessary. We'll talk about tests. So the stuff in that book will be on the test, but only the parts of it I also go over in class. So you don't need the book from the test, but there will be overlap. If I define something, let's say we talk about legal descriptions. Of course, that's going to be in a real estate law book. Okay, but I'm also going to talk about it in class. So the only parts of the book that you would need, and that's why it's optional, is something I'm going to go over in class anyway. If I didn't go over it in class and it's in the book, it will not be on a test. Okay, I want to be very clear about that. I've actually gotten some message from some of you, and it's mostly about testing. So I'm going to spend a little time on this. We're going to take a midterm. It's worth 40% of your grade. And we're going to take a final, and it's worth 50% of your grade. And your Zoom classroom participation, discussion, the rest of that is going to be the remaining 10% of your grade. And I do like discussion in class. Once we actually have sound, we can do a little bit of that. But in the meantime, you can use the chat function. And that works pretty well. And the way the chat function works best is, and I'll give you an example. Every Monday at 11, I give a seminar with a couple other attorneys to the realtors. And what we do is we talk for the first half hour, and the second half hour, we answer their questions. And the way they ask questions is they put it in chat, we read the question and explain the answer. So that's what we'll do here, generally speaking. So that's one way of asking questions. So if you have a general question about what we're talking about, you can type it in chat. You can do it either privately to me, and then it'll be anonymous. We'll still talk about it, but your fellow classmates won't know where it came from. Or you can put it out there for everyone. I'll take breaks eventually and read it, and then we'll discuss it. If you have a more immediate question, you can use the reactions to raise your hand. And I'd say normally you can, raise your hand on the thing, and if I can get the view where I can see all of you. Okay, I can see everyone. So if you raise your hand like this on the screen, I'll also take a look at you too. Like that. I can see Alec and some others trying it. Or you can just do the virtual button, which I think is under the reactions. Yeah, where it says raise hand. And then I can call on you. Once we have sound, we can talk about it that way. So I do like the interactivity, but only to the extent that it's helping you learn. Okay, I also want to let you know that I built time into the class schedule. So if we go a little bit on a tangent, okay, that's going to be okay. I won't let the tangent go too far. This is not the first time I've taught, not by far, just the first time I've taught at this particular business school. I've taught other classes at Nova and elsewhere. So I'm pretty good with not letting it too far, but I find in a class like this, it's actually good sometimes to go off on a tangent a little bit, because it'll take us down a road that might lead to things that you're going to need to know during your career in real estate development. So, to the extent that it's a good tangent, I'll let it go down that way. As far as the tests are concerned, they're going to be online, okay, and they're going to be timed. Okay, so when the class is over, the test is over. So they're going to be during your class schedule. Okay, this is the real world. I don't expect people to memorize. So if you use your resources while you're taking the test, that's well and good, but be aware it's timed. So that's the real world. That's what it's like in court. I can be in court and the other side's talking, and I'm on Westlaw furiously typing and looking up something they said, but when the judge calls on me, I'm out of time. Okay, and that's the real world, the way it works. That's how I like to do tests. The tests will be multiple choice, short answer, true and false. And like I said, at 11:59, you're done. And that's it. The one big change we're making is to the syllabus. So if you have the syllabus, you'll see week 5 is leasing. I'm sorry, week 4 is leasing and week 5 is the midterm. I'm combining leasing with the midterm. And then we're going to talk about when things go bad, week 5. I'm sorry, we're going to talk about land use and other issues on week 5 instead. So the midterm is moving back a week to week 4 instead of week 5. Okay, but the materials are going to switch as well. So basically the week 5 class is going to become week 4 and week 4 is going to become week 5. And if I just really confused you, let me be a little more clear. Week 5 is now week 4, week 4 is week 5. Okay, on the syllabus. Okay, that class will also be only online. Do not come in for that class unless you want to watch it from the classroom. I won't be in that week, I'll only be via Zoom. So there you know it. I'll be doing it from a wedding, well, the morning after a wedding in Key Largo. So that's the nature of the change. Like I said, I'm an open book. So you'll still get everything you need. We're just going to swap the weeks. And actually, frankly, thinking about it, I think the midterm makes more sense on the 4th week than the 5th week anyway. So I think it works out for the best. Any questions so far? No, awesome. Okay, great. Do we have sound?
Yeah, I have sound.
Do you want to go first?
Sure. All right, you guys can hear me.
All right, is that better?
Okay.
Can you hear me now? Good.
Yeah.
Okay, well, hello. My name is Natalie. This is my last semester of my MBA, and I work in real estate. I'm a real estate agent. I focus on residential real estate all around the Tri-County area. I work with my family affiliated with Coldwell Banker, and I absolutely love what I do. I love my time at NSU, and I look forward to a great semester with you all.
Excellent. I'm going to call on people. I think it's easier that way. I'm just going to do it by the order I see you. Alec, Munoz.
Hey everybody, my name is Alec. My daytime I work for the largest contractor in Florida. We built the Hard Rock, we built the Miami Brightline. And I'm on the business side, which means I'm also on the legal side of contract negotiations and contract terms and things like that. Most of it surrounding construction. So I'm happy to learn about the rest of the real estate world, which is a whole world that I don't have access to yet.
Excellent. And after you finish this class, that's what you're planning on continuing to do?
So right now I'm actually negotiating a contract for me to go do a development service for a big firm. And if that works out, I'm gonna need you badly.
That's excellent. That sounds very promising. And what are you gonna do after you're done with your MBA? Same thing or is it new?
Yeah, I want to work more full time with my family and in my business, and I want to get my broker's license next year.
Very good. That's a tough test. All right, awesome. James Duke. Thank you, Alec.
Good morning, everyone. My name is James Duke. I'm in the MSRED program. I've been in the industry for about 33
James
years,
Froese.
building projects to wastewater treatment plant projects, underground utility job. So after this program is over, hopefully I'll launch my own entrepreneurial development firm.
Excellent. Sounds very promising. Matthew Adams.
Hey, Professor Singer, and everybody in the class. My name is Matt Adams. I am actually currently the graduate director for the NSU's Howell College of Arts and Sciences. I'm actually looking to possibly do a career shift. I'm about 5 classes into, this is my 6th class in the MSRED program. I recognize a few faces in here. That's about it. I'm relatively new to the real estate law, so I'll be picking up the book soon enough. So thank you.
Excellent. Thank you, Matthew. Dominic.
Hey everyone, my name is Dominic. I'm a construction project manager for Styles Construction. Recent project was the main Las Olas right there on downtown Fort Lauderdale. This is my 2nd semester in the MSRED program. This is new to me, the new real estate law, so I'm excited to learn. After I graduate, I'm planning on continuing it, maybe into Styles development. So we'll see, but I want to get a few more projects under my belt in construction.
Excellent. Very good. If I'm not mistaken, next up we have, it just moved, someone moved, Mudasar. Hopefully I said that right.
Yeah, that's fine. My background is more in healthcare and pharmaceuticals. I've been working in that industry for a couple years now. I have my MBA in healthcare management. The reason I wanted to go into the master's in real estate development was to kind of switch into healthcare real estate and go into more of the development where I could bring more facilities of need to communities, such as outpatient facilities, which is in high demand right now. And I felt like mixing my healthcare background with the real estate would give me a good platform to start my own development firm, but also a healthcare real estate private equity firm. So that's my background.
Everyone make friends with him. He's going to be rich. There's no doubt. That is such an incredibly growing area in South Florida with such a need to be filled that you all could go, I'm sorry, give me a second. You all could go do that. And I'll tell you what, they would still need more people. That's really fantastic, actually. So, all right, Desiree.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Desiree. I actually work here at Nova in the KP College. This is a career change for me. So this is the Master's in Real Estate Development. This is my 1st semester, so I have no idea what real estate law is. So I'm glad to learn, and I'm just excited to be in this class. And welcome, everyone.
That's very good. We have a good mix here. I'm gonna butcher your name. I'm so sorry. Analysts.
Hi, yes, you can call me Anna. Everybody calls me Anna.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Hi, everybody. My name is Anna Reina. I am actually an operations manager at Marcus & Millichap. We're a commercial real estate company. I actually come and what I do, I'm not a real estate agent, but I do have to process all of the paperwork for my agents. So I'm pretty familiar with how the rep agreements look and how PSAs look and closing documents. I don't know all the ins and outs, but I thought it was a good class to take just to make sure I'm actually reviewing everything correctly. I know just the basic information just to actually process. So I'm pretty excited about the class.
Excellent, thank you. George, you're next.
Hi, everybody. I'm George. I'm in the MSRED program. For the last 4 years, I owned three Amazon stores that were functioning really great. I took a switch. Now I do mostly contract work and e-commerce and search engine optimization for different companies down here. I also provide assistance on the acquisition teams for a couple different property groups down here, such as PACs. And I'm really trying to dive more into the development world and hope to one day actually own my own development firm. So that's kind of the route I'm going to. And I'm trying to move my ventures to Dallas, actually, because I really enjoy the market down there. I have a lot of family in real estate over there too. So I think it provides a pretty good, setting for my next couple years in life. And I'm very excited to learn with you guys.
And maybe the best steakhouses in the country.
Absolutely.
All right, awesome. Roxy?
Yes, good morning, class. My name is Roxy Guzman. I work in residential mortgages. I'm in my second semester in the MSRED program. Ideally, after I'm done with this program, I would like to get on the development side just because I know we're going to have to redevelop this whole side of South Florida.
And when you work in residential mortgages, what do you mean by that?
Loan officer.
Oh, okay, great. I know a few of those. Next up, we have Gabramar. Oh, you're muted. No, you're not.
My name is Gabby Rivera, or I can go by Gabby. Yeah, so I actually have an undergraduate and a background in interior design and interior architecture. I've done that and owned my own business and worked for Fortune 500 company for, I guess, maybe the past decade or so. And I would say within the last 2 to 3 years, I've transitioned over to the real estate development. Currently, right now, I own a small business and it's a team of about 10 people or so. And we're looking to develop over in the Toronto, Canada for mixed use, but mainly condominium.
Yeah, very good.
Forward to learn a lot about law and ethics.
Very good, excellent. We have Natalie next. Oh, I'm sorry, we already got you. That's why you're wearing a mask. Nick, you're up.
Hi, my name is Nick Granelovich. Brand new to Nova. It's only my second class. I actually have an MBA in finance from Miami, and I've always been interested in real estate. I had my sales associate license a long time ago. I didn't do much with it though, honestly. I was in the nightlife industry for about 10 years, actually. I was the lead bartender at Live nightclub until COVID decided to end the nightclub industry in Miami. So I decided to come back to school, and I don't know, this program really interested me. I'm looking forward to it.
Bartending's fun. I did that for a couple of years actually when I was younger. What a great job.
Yeah, I gotta get used to this 8 a.m.
Yeah, probably not now, right? So maybe it's coming back. Kip, you're up next.
Hi, yeah, my name's Kip Goulder. This is my, I've been in the program since last summer. So I just have this class and then the one after and then the summer to go. I work in project management for a developer working on the Broward County Convention Center expansion right now. So yeah, there's lots of contracts involved. And as far as my real estate law experience, I'd say novice. Looking at the syllabus, a lot of stuff. I've bought and sold a few homes. Mainly, I just sign where they say sign an initial. So it'll be nice to actually dig into learning about what I've been signing all these years.
Don't feel bad. No one reads anything. Chris, you're up.
Hey class, my name is Chris Walker. I've been an agent since 2016. I also work for a general contractor, so the real estate kind of went on the back end. But I've done mostly residential. I've done some commercial deals as well. And since I now work for a general contractor, I figured a good marriage for both to be doing an development program. So I'm doing the MSRD program. My goals after the program, possibly with this experience or this qualification, in addition to my experience, I can become a developer. I'm thinking probably more on the smaller side with residential, but it depends on what the market and what it yields, and look forward to learning more.
Excellent. Thank you, Chris. Leland.
Hello, everyone. My name is Leland. This is my first year in the real estate development program, or first semester, actually. I currently work for a real estate development company in Tampa, and we focus on residential communities. We build communities all around Hillsborough County. I don't have any experience with real estate law, but I'm excited to learn. And yeah, that's it. Nice to meet you.
Excellent, excellent. And you live out that way?
Yeah, I live in Tampa.
Oh, great. Just by a show of hands, if you don't mind, who else doesn't live in the Fort Lauderdale area? Just curious. Oh, okay. So there's a bunch of you. Oh, excellent. Okay, that's very interesting. Crystal.
Does Boca count?
No, I think you're local still. Just depends what part of Boca. I think Crystal is up next.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Crystal. I'm finishing up my MBA, and I just enrolled myself in the paralegal certification course because I originally wanted to be a lawyer, applied to law school, didn't get in, but it's fine. I'm going to try again.
A lot of ways.
Sorry, I'm a digital reporter currently, and I actually, yes, a digital court reporter remotely, yes. And
which company do you work with? Are you independent?
Veritext.
Oh, that's who we use.
Oh, really? Oh, so I might meet you up soon.
How do you know that? Yeah.
Yeah,
Wow.
I actually love it. I think it was a great way for me to get my foot into the legal door and kind of get some experience. And it definitely confirms my decision to eventually go to law school.
See, really, I would think watching all those lawyers, it would just send you running the other way.
I'm enjoying it more.
That's great. And the Nova Paralegal program, certificate program, is actually excellent. When I went to undergrad, I have a Nova Paralegal certificate.
Yeah.
And I'll tell you, even if you don't end up going to law school, I wouldn't trade my paralegal for 2 lawyers.
Yeah.
So, and she probably makes more than 2 lawyers. So.
Yeah. From one of my first classes, I met Doug, and I don't know if you know Doug. He's one of those. Is on the board or something there at Nova.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So yeah, something I definitely will do. Probably on hold for a little bit because I just had a baby, but definitely something.
Oh, congratulations.
Thank you. Say hi.
Aw. Come on, group, everyone. Aw. That's very sweet. I wish I had more.
And I'm also an Army vet. So.
Oh, you're an Army vet?
Yes, I am. I got it in 2019.
Interesting life. What did you do in the Army? What was your MOS?
I was a combat medic, but the whole time I was in El Paso, Texas at Fort Bliss, and I worked at a hospital there. And I did my whole whole term there, which it was an interesting experience. I experienced a lot of growth. It was good. It was good, but the military definitely wasn't a career choice.
I was actually our team medic. It was a secondary position.
Yeah.
Primary and secondary, because we had a very small squad. But Alex, you're a Marine? Fantastic. And what did you do in the Marine?
I was part of a Anglico company, which is Air and Naval Gunfire Liaison. We call airstrikes.
See, my pop was a 3-tour Marine vet in Vietnam until his Jeep ran over a landmine. He was paralyzed for 10 months and then woke up and could walk again. When I decided to join the Marines, being a bit of a troubled youth, he drove me to the Coast Guard recruiter, smacked me on the back of the head, and said, "This one time only, you're going to listen to me," and sent me into the Coast Guard recruiter.
Oh, wow.
That's a true story. So my pop's a Marine, so good for you. Any other vets? Nope, I'm very impressed we have even 2, actually. I think that's fantastic. Excellent, some interesting backstories from everyone so far. Cho, you're up next.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Cho DeFortu. I'm an RED student. I'm currently in the Tampa Bay area. I'm a 10-year Air Force veteran.
Another vet.
Yeah, yeah, 10-year Air Force veteran. I was a aircraft mechanic and also a site translator. I was stationed overseas for the entire 10 years and deployed just about everywhere. So that was really nice. I got out in 2015. I partnered with an overseas company. They do we do some water drilling. Currently do some water drilling for areas that don't have city water. And when I graduated with my entrepreneurship degree from the University of Tampa, I got into real estate investing. Just did some fix and flips for a few years, and that's where I got my the extent of my real estate law comes from, just in the residential sales contracts. One day hoping to own my own real estate development.
Fantastic. My sister Danielle is Danielle is an Air Force vet. So good for you. Very good. Max, you're up.
Hey everyone, I am the grad assistant for the MSRED department. I grew up in commercial real estate. I have a background in some law from Peter Henn, who used to teach this course a little while ago. I have a degree in urban planning from FAU. Currently, I work in opportunity zone development, and happy to be here.
That's fair. And I got someone to tell me when I'm wrong with what I talk about. That's great. You have a lot of experience. Fantastic. I think some people got out of order, but let's just keep going, then I'll circle back. Alexandre?
Hi, everyone. You guys can call me Alex, is fine. I'm on my last semester of the MSRED program. I am a capital market guy. I work at Concord Summit Capital. It's a boutique advisory firm. I had originally really wanted to be on the owner side. That kind of just fell into my lap. But it was a really good opportunity. We're a really small shop of 5 guys, but we've done over $25 billion in debt and equity placement. We've financed probably between 5 and 10 of the high rises in Miami that you see, one of them being the Paramount World Center. Yeah, and I would say that's probably all the good information there.
Now that's good information. It's also a great experience. My largest client is a capital company, which is pretty similar.
Is it Gibraltar Capital?
No, I wish.
We work with them. I was going to ask you too if there's some type of relationship.
No, there's not. The title company has the name Gibraltar because it was Gibraltar Bank building when the building opened, and they were like the first tenant with the bank on the first floor. So the guy who owned it, Phil, decided to call it Gibraltar Title. So it has nothing to do with it. I wish that'd be fantastic, but no. The name of that big client is actually Beltway Capital out of Maryland.
Oh, okay.
So they're pretty big. They actually not only lend, but they actually will take ownership as well. They do mostly distressed real estate. So they keep me busy. Excellent client.
We do a lot of distress too, but
yeah, that's great stuff. I mean, that's basically been my career for the last 10 years, is dealing with distressed real estate. So
I noticed in the outline, we cover a lot of the topics that directly relate actually to capital market activity. So I'm excited. I'm excited to be a part of the class.
Yeah, most of what we talk about will deal with what you do for a living and what everyone here is trying to do for a living. So that's fantastic. No, it's great. Great experience also. Everything got jumbled. So if I miss somebody, I'm so sorry. Or repeat. Wow. Just everyone just moved around. Talk to you. Matthew, I don't think we spoke with you yet. Matthew Adams.
Oh yeah, we did. I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
I had to switch off the screen because of the internet.
Okay.
So, but
And do we speak with Crystal? I think we did, right?
Yes, I'm the Army vet.
Sorry.
You're fine.
Well, I know we didn't speak with Arindira, who has her hand raised.
Yes. Hi. So I'm Arindira and I go by Erin. It's so much easier for everyone. And I do have my real estate license here in Las Vegas. This is where I'm from. And that's what I'm currently doing. My father has a concrete company, has a general contractor's license. So we've kind of just started working on building up residentials from ground up, which has been very interesting, very different, especially here on the West Coast. Females don't really do that. So you do look like are you the cleaning lady, which I've gone that before, but it's great being able to supervise and see everything from ground up.
No, that's fantastic. Vegas, huh? How cool. All right, next up we have Anne-Marie.
Hi, my name is Emery Richards. I am a paralegal, and after I complete this degree in the summer, I will be going to law school.
No, congratulations. Have you decided which law school?
Maybe Nova. But
It's a good
I
school.
would I like St. Thomas more.
Also a good school. Actually, they're mostly good choices. You know, law school or even graduate school, as I'm sure you know, you get out of it what you put in. So schools like St. Thomas and Nova Law School, if you stay in this area, you know, if you're going to live in South Florida, that's fantastic. You know, I go to the courthouse, I wave to the judge who's in my section law school, you know, say hi to everyone I know in the hallways, and that comes in very handy. So good for you. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Dominique.
Hi, class. Good morning. My name is Dominique Urso. In August of this summer, I'll be graduating with a master's in business administration with a concentration in management. And why I chose to take this course as my last elective is because I work for a commercial and real estate development firm, and it's a passion of mine and interest. So I thought, why not take this class and brush up on a lot of things. So thank you for your time.
Oh, very cool. And I think Annabelle.
Yes, hello, hi, my name is Annabelle. I have an MBA degree from Nova. I am in the MSRED program now. I am a full-time graduate student, and I would like to build homes for people that are homeless, and that's all.
That's a very, very good goal. If I missed you, just either raise your hand physically or with the button, because everything got jumbled. I don't think I missed anyone. Okay, awesome. We're going to get started, then we'll jump into it. If you can do me a favor and just turn off the volume, but if someone starts to talk, can you quickly turn it back up? That's great. I'm going to figure out before the next class why we don't have a speaker. Well, I'm the speaker, but a physical speaker. All right, fantastic. So I guess we'll jump right into it. This week, we're going to be going over contracts. And I felt that contracts was a good place to start because it gives us an opportunity to run through the contracts and talk about the different pieces of it so we can, in effect, go off on tangents and talk about, in a more general sense, the different legal concepts that come into play and are affected. And what we'll do is later on in the course, a lot of this material we're going to be covering today will be covered in a little bit more detail, some of it, not all of it. But by going through the contracts, we're able to hit and get a really good general overview and start teaching you and getting you familiar with some of the terms and concepts that come into play. And I got to tell you, that's one of the key parts. Talking the language is one of the key parts of anything. I remember when I got out of law school, I took a property course. It was great. But you know, the thing with law school, and it's a little different now, but it's still most likely, you graduate law school, you don't know where the courthouse is. You don't know anything. You know all about concepts and about learning and how to research, how to write, how to think like a lawyer, but you have very, very little practical knowledge. And I know there's been a little more of an emphasis on giving a little more practical knowledge, but you really don't get that until you go into the field. There's a lot of legal thinkers that would love to see like an internship requirement, like doctors for lawyers, and it's not a terrible idea. But what ends up happening is you pick it up pretty quickly in your first job. I'm really amazed when someone comes right out of law school and hangs their own shingle because you know, you really is a lot to learn. So when I got the job, it's kind of a funny story. When I got out of law school, I had law clerk during law school to make a little extra money and get some experience. And a law clerk is basically like an intern at a law firm. So I had done it for a few different people. I was lucky enough, I had a really incredible professor who I was a research assistant to. She in Maryland came, still to this day, probably the smartest person I've ever met. And she's retired now, just incredible, securities actually type. But she introduced me to a bunch of people. And I got out of law school. I wanted to get some court experience. So I got a job at the public defender's office But with that sort of job, you wait like 3 or 4 months before you start. So while I was waiting, I was a little older because I was in the service. I wasn't living with mom or dad, and I needed some money. So I called up one of the people I'd done a couple projects for in law school and said, hey, can I get a temp job? I know you're busy, I'll answer phones, whatever. So he said, oh no, he owned a title company, but he wasn't a real estate lawyer, interestingly. He owned a title company. He said, come on in, you start tomorrow. So I said, great. I came in. Literally within 10 minutes of being there, they put me in a closing. I had no idea what I was talking about. I mean, I don't know why they did that. It was crazy. I somehow stumbled through it on sheer personality, or the people were just so desperate to get closed and get away from me. But either way, they signed. And I went back into the paralegal processing room, and go order an estoppel. I'm like, where, Office Depot? I had no idea. Some of you know what that means and why that's ridiculous. I think I really said that. But others, you go, okay, well, that sounds makes sense. What aisle are they? So knowing these terms and what they mean is so crucial to understanding the concept. So that's why that's actually true. I did find, though, funny story is I was there about a week, and I took myself off the little list for the public defender and just stayed at that firm for the next 4 years. So pretty cool. Kind of a rough work environment, frankly. I wouldn't recommend the work environment. I learned a lot by fire, as you can tell. The attorney who ran it had no interest in real estate, but liked the money from doing closings. So basically, he was absentee, and everyone started looking at me to figure it out. So I very quickly had to figure it out. Fortunately, there's some really good resources and nice people out there that were willing to help me out. So I am going to try to share this contract. We're going to go over the residential real estate contract first because it's the simplest. And we're going to work our way then to the commercial standard form, and then a template of a real commercial contract that I've used before. So if you want to bring up the residential, that would be the place to start. And I'm going to also share it on my screen, I think. Okay, everyone can see the contract and just the contract?
Yes.
I hope,
Yep.
Okay, good.
And then we
Everyone
can see
It's actually
class
great.
on the side. And this is the one that we
All
downloaded.
right, so what you're looking at is the contract that is used on the majority of residential transactions right now. This is what's called FAR bar as is. Max raised his hand. Max, how can I help you?
This is the one we can download from Canvas, right?
Yes, it's in the Canvas module 1. It's in Canvas module 1. I think it's right on the top of the screen.
Yep.
Okay. I'll give everyone just a half second to get there. So this is what's called the FAR bar 5X. It's an as-is contract, and we'll go over what that means and what it doesn't mean in a moment. And this is what you will see in 80 to 90% of residential real estate transactions, this form. There are other forms. Now, very interesting. So how can a realtor fill out a contract? Filling out contracts and making contracts, preparing them, is the practice of law. It is still the practice of law, but years ago, the Florida bar carved out an exception to allow real estate agents to fill in the blanks of standard form contracts only. It's still the practice of law, but they're accepted to be allowed to do that. Okay, just like with unlicensed practice of medicine, there's a crime called unlicensed practice of law. And people get into it sometimes, but if you're a realtor and you fill this out, you're not getting into it. Now, if you're just an individual, like you're investing yourself and you fill out a contract like this, you're doing it for yourself. So that's not the practice of law either. You're allowed to make your own contracts. You're just not allowed to do them for other people, unless you're an attorney or accepted for some way like the realtors. So a lot of realtors become very concerned, like, oh, am I breaking the law? Should I fill this out? And as long as you're just filling in the blanks, you're accepted for about the last 40 years. All right. So just bear with me 1 second. I'm still trying to figure something out here. All right, I lost the chat screen on my screen, so if you put something in chat periodically, I'll look at it, but I can't see chat in real time. So if you have a question, use the raise your hand function under reactions. Okay, so the first section is the seller, and the second part of it, line 1 and 2, is the buyer. The seller and the buyer are what you kind of think they are. Okay, the seller is the party selling the property, and the buyer is the party buying the property. Now understand the seller can be a person, the seller can be a company, like a business entity, a corporation, a limited liability company. It can be the trustee of a trust, as can the buyer. However, the seller and buyers must be the right people. So what do I mean by that? Let's say you own the property, George and Gary. And if only Gary signs the contract as the seller, then only Gary has to sell his part. And since the contract is for an entire property, the contract wouldn't be valid. So all of the sellers must be on the contract. If there's 6, you got to have 6 on there. If it's a company, it can't just be the main shareholder of the company signing it. It has to be the actual legal entity who owns the property to sell it. Now the buyer is also important because, as you'll see a little later in the contract, whoever's on here as the buyer is the entity, be it a person or a company, that has to buy it. So if Chris is going to buy this, but he's going to put it into his LLC, he better make sure that the contract's assignable to his LLC, otherwise it's going to have to go in his name. So while it seems like, okay, it's just the person's name, it can be a little more complicated than that. The other piece I want you to take away is that, it's not just a person, but it can also be a legal person. And by that, I mean a business entity, something recognized in the law with the ability to buy, own, sell, and act in a legal capacity, like a corporation, a limited liability company, a limited partnership, or the trustee of a trust. Now, mind you, I keep saying trustee of the trust. We'll go more about that later. But trusts are just pieces of paper. They don't own anything. The trustees do. Okay, the next part is the street address, the county, and the county property tax ID. And every property has a tax ID. You can find it on the property appraiser's website, and it's just a way of identifying the property. But the main important one is C1C, the real property legal description. Okay, so with a legal description, this is how you legally identify a property. You don't identify properties by postal address. Postal addresses don't really mean anything from a legal standpoint, except that's where you get your mail, and they can change. So you may have a property, you live on First Street, and tomorrow it's George Street, whatever. So it doesn't really mean anything. So instead you use legal descriptions. Now there's 3 types of legal descriptions, and I'm not going to go into in great detail because we'll do that later on. But to give you an idea, is the first type of legal description is where, and again, a legal description is just like what you say, it's a description of the property in a way that leaves out all doubt. So the first type of a legal description is pretty much like from that corner to that tree to the river and back to this rock. Okay, and what you'll see is you'll see a legal description actually defines a starting point, then says to the south for 180 feet, then to the northwest at 78 degrees for 343 feet. And it'll actually, you can take a graph paper and a pencil and a protractor and draw it out. And I've actually done that many, many times because there are times when it becomes incredibly important. I actually won a case on that issue because I found a 3-foot gap and the properties weren't contiguous. And if I hadn't drawn it out, I never would have found that out. So pretty interesting. And I actually learned to do that by asking the surveyor to teach me. And there's a good lesson there, a practical lesson. If you're ever in the field and you don't know something, just ask one of your vendors. Most of them are happy to show you how smart they are. So I did, and the surveyor spent an afternoon with me, taught me everything about reading a survey and doing basic drawings, which was pretty cool, and I still use it to this day. The next type of legal description is in the official records. Okay, so to give you an idea what that means, historically in the courthouse or the county building, there's a room with a whole bunch of books in it. Okay, and there's different types of books. There's official records books, and there's plat books, and there's deed books, et cetera, et cetera. So they just literally books. And every time someone comes and brings in a deed, historically, the clerk would go, they'd stamp it, they'd write it in a log. And then what they would do is, you have book 1, page 17 is your deed. So you can look to that book to know exactly where your deed lives. So literally, it's official records, book 17, page 363. In Broward County, you know exactly where to go look. Now, what they would do is in these plat books, when a developer platted out a property, in other words, when they drew little boxes on a map of where all the various 400 properties they were developing were, they would name them lot 1, lot 2, lot 3, lot 4, of block 1, lot 1, lot 2, lot 3, lot 4 of block 2. And then they would take this map, they would bring it down to the county and record it in the plat book. So you make it a legal description. This is pretty typical. Lot 1, block 2 of, Gary's plat, because I got to name it after myself, I'm the developer, in plat book 73, page 86. So anyone can then go to plat book 73, page 86, look at the map and know exactly what property I'm talking about. The same thing applies with condos. Unit 703, building 56. The difference with them, it goes in the official records books, not the plat books. So to make matters more confusing, and we will go into this in more detail, just so you know, this is like the introductory. Okay, they've done away in most counties with the books and the pages, because it's all computerized now, and they just give everything a number. They just call it instrument number. So your instrument number is 7326857B or whatever. Okay, so that's how they do it now. They did it with books and pages. Now you just go on the computer and look at it. And interestingly, any one of you right now can Google or Bing Broward County official records search. Go in there, put in your name, and you'll bring up people with your name or similar names, and you can see all these public record documents. You can go in there, for example, into the same system, look in the plat books, and find the map for where your house is, and see that you're at lot 3, block 7, or whatever. So it's all there in the public records. The idea being that you can specifically and without question identify the property in question. In other words, you have all the borders of the property, whether it's by drawing it out or by looking at a map. The final way to do it is that a long, long time ago, back when most of Florida was swampland, throughout the entire country, the government had surveyors go out and draw big boxes over the entire country. And they're called sections, townships, and ranges. And it's another way, and we're not going to go into any more detail than that for right now, but it's another way of specifically identifying property. So you might see a legal description as the northwest quarter of the northeast quarter of the southeast quarter, of section 23, township 78, range 15. And then you can go to these government maps and find that specific property. So again, another way of identifying properties. Sometimes the drawing method, the first one went over, and the section, township, and range method, excuse me, are both used together, just to be clear. So they start it with section, township, and range, and then do the drawing part around it. So what is important here, and this is the same in every contract, is that you want to make sure that you're specifically identifying the property by its legal description, which fortunately will usually be Unit 2307 in the Mar-a-Lago Condominium Association. So it's usually pretty simple because most of Florida has been what's called platted out, where these maps were drawn up. So usually it's pretty simple. And you can usually find this right on the property appraiser's website to specifically identify the property. But commercial property especially, it can get pretty complex. So that's what it's for. I see that we had a hand raised, I think from Joe.
Yes, sir. I couldn't hear you. You said sections, townships, and what?
Range.
Range. Got it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Also, just so everyone knows, I intend to give 2 breaks through the 4 hours, okay? About equally spaced for about 10 minutes each. So obviously do what you got to do in the meantime, but I will be giving those, okay? Okay, so that's the next section. Now, the next distinction we have to make is between real property and personal property. Now, understand, I'm kind of flying through a lot of this, and I get that, but we're going to touch on this deeper in other sections on a lot of these concepts. So right now, what I'm really trying to do is give you a basic overview, and then we're going to be repeating it throughout different parts of the course and getting into a little more detail. So right now, we're going to talk about property. In this aspect, you can break property up into 2 types: real property and personal property. And fortunately, this one's very simple, and it's actually almost defined right here in the contract. So real property is dirt and everything permanently attached to it. Personal property is everything else. So if you look at your house or a house, the dirt is real property, like literally the land, the dirt, the rocks, everything else is real property. The house, which is permanently attached to that dirt, the walls, the roof are real property. The built-in cabinets, real property. To built-in appliances, real property. Appliances that can be moved, personal property. Window treatments, personal property, though there's some argument to be made that they're not. Like in everything with the law. Carpeting, permanently attached if it's wall to wall. Flooring, real property. Blinds, refrigerators, ranges. Surprisingly, ceiling fans are personal property. Now, I say surprisingly ceiling fans because they seem to be permanently attached, but they're considered personal property for whatever reason. So that's really the difference. What's important in this contract or any others is you'll see in D and E, you specifically will set forth what personal property comes with the house and what's excluded. I cannot tell you the number of closings that have broken down over a chandelier or a pool robot. You know, the little thing that cleans the pool automatically, because it wasn't properly included or not included on the contract. Okay, so when you buy a house, for example, you're expecting everything permanently attached to it. However, if they want to keep grandma's chandelier and replace it with a Home Depot special, then that should be written in on the contract. So that's kind of the important part there. Okay, moving on a little bit, we'll get to some slightly easier stuff, is the purchase price. And this is section 2. Here we would just be talking about the amount of money in US currency that the property is going to get sold for. Okay, very straightforward. And then you'll make something called an earnest money deposit, or an EMD. And this applies, and we'll go over commercial contracts too, but most of the stuff applies over. Okay, usually with the offer or within a few days, which is held by an escrow agent, typically the closing company or an attorney. And that money, that's like the collateral money, if you will. That's like, you're going to lose that money. We'll talk about this later if you don't perform. So you're buying the property for $1 million and you're putting down a $20,000 deposit. That way the seller feels comfortable that the buyer now has some money in the game and they're going to move forward. Okay. Oftentimes there'll be a second deposit made. Here you'll also list the financing. So in other words, if a loan is going to be gotten from a lender or even from the seller, other sources of funds, like mom and dad's giving a gift of money towards it, and how much to close. Okay, so that's what will all get listed in this section. And we'll talk about parts of this in a little more detail. Okay, then we're going to talk briefly, and we'll get more into this for sure, about contracts. So all a contract is an agreement between 2 or more parties for something. So in its simplest sense, will you pick me up for lunch? Yes, I will pick you up at 11. You now have a verbal contract. Okay, so very simple. I will sell you my coffee mug for $10. I will buy it, or here's $10. You now have a contract. Okay, so that's how simple contracts can be made. Now, the way a contract is made, and this, obviously this is a contract. It's a lot more or it will be a contract. Right now, it's just a PDF, but eventually it will become a contract. Excuse me. It's a lot more complicated than just pick me up for lunch, but the way it's made. Now, you have a verbal contract, which we just spoke about, but you also have a written contract, also known as an express contract, and that's where it's written down. Now, an important legal concept, and I'm throwing a lot at you, and I get it, it's like a fire hose right now, but I'm just trying to get you familiar with the terms, is known as the statute of frauds. Okay, statute, with a T-E, that's my, I grew up in New York, so that's my New York accent, statute. Okay, the statute of frauds, and one of the things it says is that any contracts for real estate must be in writing. So you can't agree verbally to a real estate contract. It has to be in writing. We'll go over more on the statute of frauds in another class. It's actually a whole topic. Okay, this is the writing. So when you have any contract, someone will make an offer. Okay, now that offer by the party they're making it to can either be accepted, declined, or countered. It has to be one of the three, okay, by the person who it's being made to, or the party who it's being made to. Now, the person making the offer can keep it out there until it's withdrawn, okay? And I'll give you a little bit. So I'm going to offer Chris, buy my briefcase for $100. He can say yes, no, I'll buy it for 75. Okay, acceptance, declined, or counteroffer. But before he says anything, I could say, never mind. I withdrew the contract. Now he can't say, okay, I'll take it, because the contract's been withdrawn. Now, when you're offering to buy real estate, you don't want to keep that offer out there forever. So you use section 3 to say this offer is open for 2 days. So you fill out the offer, your realtor sends it to the other realtor, and if they don't accept by the deadline that's listed in section 3, the offer is considered withdrawn. You follow? Perfect, Max. Max has been really helpful. Thank you. Now, if the seller signs the contract, I'm sorry, let's say the seller makes the offer to the buyer, because it can go either way. The buyer can offer to buy, the seller can offer to sell. It really doesn't matter. Let's say that the seller fills everything out, sends it over to the buyer. The buyer likes everything but makes one small change. That's not an acceptance. It has to be a mirror image. That's a counter offer. So now the counter offer is going back from the buyer back to the seller to see if they agree. The seller could say, nope, no thank you, deal's off, go away and sell to this other person. And because they made that one small change, too bad, so sad. Okay, because it wasn't an acceptance. If, however, the buyer just signs everything, makes no changes, and sends a copy back to the seller, that last part being important, you now have a contract. That offer was accepted and it turns into a contract. Now the contract now, that the day it's the final signature or initials go in place, becomes under this contract the effective date. And that's the date that all of the other time frames run from. Now be aware that doesn't have to be the effective date. You can make anything you want the effective date, but under this contract, that's the effective date. Okay, so again, something as simple as these little dates, there's a lot of law behind them. The closing date, which can be changed under the contract for various reasons, but the date is set forth. We're going to close on April 15th. Okay, very straightforward. Now, and I'm going to move to page 2, and we're going to start right away with one of those possible extensions. Okay, so let's say that the closing date's April 15th, but the lender has to redisclose the terms due to a CFPB, the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau rule, then it extends the closing date by 10 days. Because the way that law works is after disclosure is made, there's a certain amount of time the buyer has to reconsider the offer. So this will automatically extend it. Now, again, if there's something called a force majeure, and we're going to do a whole section on this, especially with COVID in play, because it's one of the factors. But let's just say there's a hurricane that comes through. That can also move back the closing. we'll talk about that more in the contract and otherwise. Oh, no, great. Give me 1 second. I wish I could see that from here. Okay, so I'll tell you what, if you'd put that on, Anna, why don't you ask your question since I can't see the chat for some reason.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you go over again the difference between the effective date and the close date that you just mentioned?
Sure. The effective date is the starting date of the contract. The closing date is the date that you have to close escrow and pay for, the buyer has to pay, and the seller has to sign everything.
And you said that that's based on the close date is what it can be different from the effective date.
Yes. So in other words, when there's a meeting of the minds, when the buyer and seller are in complete agreement, all of the time periods start running, the contract becomes effective. That under this contract, that's the date that it's signed, fully signed in agreement, no changes. That's the effective date. That's like the start of the race. So then you have, and we'll go over this in a minute, you have 30 days to get finance approval, whatever it is, 15 days to do inspections. That's from the effective date. That's the date this contract becomes effective. Now, because the people can agree to change it in any contract, however they want, you have to decide what it is. This contract decides that it's when everyone signs. That's what starts the clock running. That's the effective date. The closing date is the date you go to closing, which is just where the buyer brings the money and the seller signs over the property. Okay, where legal ownership is changed. That's the closing date. Make sense? Okay, perfect. We had someone else too. Got a question?
Oh, I had a quick question, and this comes from a lunch I had yesterday. So a real estate agent that is a friend of mine, he put a property up for sale for like about $1 million. And I guess this is where the timing comes into play. They after he put it into the market, he actually got a very good offer for it. And I guess the clock started to tick, but then there was an influx of New York people coming into Florida. So he was getting like 3 times, 4 times the amount in backup offers. What does the seller do at that point? Like, does he have to take, is he under an agreement for the timeline, or can he not and exit the main offer that he has under a timeline? Does that make sense?
Yes, it does actually. That's actually very common. We actually just had a consultation on that yesterday. No, the seller's stuck. They signed a contract. They have to live up to what they agreed, unless, there's always certain things. But as long as the buyer does everything they're supposed to with a favorable price, then the seller does need to sell it to them. And we'll go over this actually in a couple of minutes. If they don't, the buyer can sue the seller to make them in an action called specific performance. And as we'll also go over the contract, when you sue someone under this contract, the loser pays the winner's attorney. So it can get very expensive to do that. However, the contract can be drafted in lots of different ways. So one of the things you can do is you can use something called a kickout clause, which basically you can design a clause in the contract saying, I'll sell it to you, but if I get a better offer, you got to match it or get out of the way. But if they didn't do that initially, then they're stuck. Make sense? That's because otherwise it's a contract. Now, the funny part is, this is one of those tangents, and it's a good tangent. I am blown away by the number of people that don't understand that a contract's a contract, that it's binding. Many people genuinely feel they can just change their mind without consequence. Like, no, I don't want to sell it anymore. Well, I guess that's true. No one, except for a judge, can grab your wrist and make you sign. Eventually a judge can. But you're going to be writing large checks. everything has consequences. It means something. There's a reason why that escrow money deposit we spoke about a little while ago is there. And we'll go over that in another piece. If the buyer flakes out, can't close, whatever, the seller gets to keep that money. And usually it's 5-10% of the purchase price. And on commercial deals, it can be even more than that. So, they do have consequences, but amazingly, truly amazingly, it's people just don't seem to understand. Like, what do you mean I have to do it? I got a better price. Well, if you signed a binding contract, you're stuck. So it's a great question, and I get it a lot. But depending on the wording of the contract, use some little easily lawyer words. Your seller is going to be stuck with the deal they got. As long as the buyer doesn't mess it up. And I tell buyers all the time, I had a great deal, but I put in my second deposit a day late. Well, you shouldn't have. Now you lost your great deal. Yeah. So if the buyer steps out of line or blows a deadline or does something not supposed to, that might give an out to the seller. Okay, so that's a good lesson for real estate.
I got a question.
A window of opportunity opens up, jump through it head first, because it can quickly go away.
Hey, Professor.
Okay? Chris, I see you have your hand up.
Hey, Professor. I had a question about the effective date. You said that, per this contract, the effective date is deemed the last date that someone signs or initials. How can that, you said that it can be anything you want. Is that just by an addendum, or is there another way that you could change the effective date?
Yeah, it can be changed by an addendum or just as part of the contract. What you'll see in some of the commercial contracts often is that the effective date is specified.
Okay.
So because, sometimes it has to go to the board of directors to sign. It can take 3 weeks to get a contract signed. You don't want to hold off on starting the clock 3 weeks. So you say, March 6th is the effective date. And even if it's signed 5 days later, all of the times run from March 5th.
Right. So in a residential setting, since you don't have that option, would you put it in additional notes or something like that? Because
there's a space on the contract lower down to put it on.
Okay.
Or you can use an addendum. However, changing that is very rare in a residential sense.
Yeah,
But you can do it. The parties can agree to anything as long as it's legal.
Right.
So, Cho, you had a question?
Yes, sir. Along with what Chris and Alec was saying, I've been in a situation like that, a residential sale like that before. My question is, can we still use this as is contract and just add that clause in the addendum, or do we just have to use a whole different contract?
Typically you'll start with this basic contract and add to it. There's a lot of pre-printed addendums you can use, and the parties, not necessarily the real estate agents, can also draft attorneys can also draft free-form addendums. So I often change certain terms to fit the situation. Sometimes you don't have to.
Just to give some background as to why, like sometimes you have sellers that are investors and they have tenants in their place, and the inspection period, for example, can't start until they evacuate or whatever it is. So it's just easier to push the date back as opposed to trying to make everything match the contract and have a longer inspection period or whatever. So that's why I asked.
That's exactly right. And I've seen it used that way. That's a very good point. Did someone else have their hand up as well? Wish I could see this better.
Professor, does that also play with when the expression, because I do hear my agents a lot mention, like when a contract goes hard, are these dates where it's based off of? Because I know it's like a certain amount of days after, I don't know if it's after the effective date or if it's specifically within the contract itself.
Excellent question, Anna. Hold that question for a moment. We're going to go over that in a minute. If I don't hit it, when we talk about contingencies and contracts going hard, remind me. But that's actually the contingencies you're talking about start running as of the effective date for the most part. Some run off of other dates, as you'll see. But for the most part, the effective date, all it does is start the clock rolling. Okay. Sometimes you want to delay that or shorten that, as the case may be. Those are all really good questions. Anyone else have any? All right, we'll keep going. I'm so glad you're here. All right, so that's the extension of the closing date. Now, occupancy, okay, is where the buyer and seller are saying that as of the closing date, The occupancy, which really is just possession of the property, will change hands. Now, again, that is the standard, okay? That doesn't mean that's the time that it has to be. Oftentimes, which and most attorneys don't care for them because they're fraught with real life problems, but oftentimes you'll see a pre-occupancy where the buyer moves in before closing, or a post-occupancy where the seller stays after closing. And there's some real life problems with those, but you can certainly do that. You also can see one where there's an existing lease. Now, if there's an existing lease to the property, in other words, there's a tenant in the property, just because the seller sells and the buyer buys, doesn't mean the buyer isn't as bound by the lease as the old owner was. The lease isn't between current owner and tenant. It's between whatever owner it happens to be and tenant. So for example, where I have my office downtown, the building got sold, right? Poor people. I feel so bad for them. Right before COVID. Literally what changed hands a month before COVID. It didn't affect my lease at all. I just wrote the check to different people. Okay, everything stays in place. So you'll see that right here in section 6, that if there's a tenant in place, they get to stay in place and honor the lease. Now, what you'll want them to do in real life is you'll want information about the lease. You're going to want a copy of the lease, and you're going to want something called an attornment letter. Attornment, ATTORMENT, attornment letter. Usually people call it a letter of attornment, which is like an estoppel letter. Okay, so I'm defining something with another word that needs to be defined. And an estoppel letter, or an estoppel, is just something in writing that you're supposed to be able to count on. You know, and in this case, it's like, I'm current, there's nothing wrong with the property, my rent is current, it's $400 a month, and you know, my lease expires in 6 months. Okay, and they'll put that in writing, and that's estoppel. Now that the person put it in writing, they have to stand by it. Okay, in the sense of tenants, it's really technically called an attornment letter. There's reasons beyond this class for that, but it's the same thing as an estoppel letter. You always want to get that from the tenant, always. If you can't get it from the tenant, you'll get something similar from the landlord, which you can then, you know, count on if it's wrong. You got a question? Yes, I do.
Just so that I was recently in a transaction. It ended up closing and it got figured out, but we had an uncomfortable moment where the seller had a tenant in it, and they told us it's not going to be subject to occupancy after closing. They're going to be out by the closing date. And halfway through, they said, you know, the tenant needs to stay for longer. And if you can't extend the closing date or allow for the tenant to stay for another 2 months, then we have to cancel and we have a backup. And we felt backed into a corner. It was actually one of my teammates' transactions, and you know, we didn't really know what to do. Ended up agreeing to it because it was $1 million property and we needed it to close. But what would have been the best thing to do in that case?
Probably what you did, if that's what made the most sense for your client, right? So it's at the end of the day, it's all about dollars. Sometimes you got to be fluid. You know, a perfect example. We spoke a little bit about, you know, what do you do if it comes to closing date and the seller changed their mind? I said, well, you can sue them to make them do it. It's called specific performance. We'll talk more about it. However, that's going to take a year. So you're going to win. Let's say you're going to get your attorney's fees paid back. It's going to be financially devastating to the seller. The seller is not going to be able to sell it to someone else in the meantime because you're going to lien their property with something called a lis pendens during the lawsuit. We'll talk more about that later. But it's going to take a year. That's the real life. And during that year, you're going to lay out money to your attorney to be, you know, reimbursed later when you win, but it's a year. So if you've got a good deal and you want the house, sometimes you got to be a little bit flexible. That's just the real world. But I will tell you, in that case, legally, your client was on the rights, but practically, they probably made the right decision. I think someone else had their hand up. Alex, maybe?
Yeah, just quickly. So let's, within the topic, if you're looking to buy, let's say, a 20-story commercial office building, do you own, I guess you have to look at all the rent rolls, and you own every single lease independently once you take over? Is that the case?
Well, you're the
with them?
seller of those, you're the responsible party under those leases. It's not really an owning, but you own the unit, so you're bound to the lease. And we'll talk about that with the commercial contract, but yes, you are. And not only that, you're also assumed to have all the security deposits. So make sure you get them transferred to you at closing. And you inherit all the problems as well. So if one of them's, got mold or whatever, you're going to get sued. And that's part of the due diligence process. And since most of this class is focused on commercial real estate, we'll be talking a lot about due diligence in various modules. It's really, most of the class is really about due diligence, if you think about it. But those are the things you definitely want to check out. When I'm representing a buyer, especially on commercial real estate, we spend a lot of time dealing with tenants, the condition of the property, the legal terms of the various leases, and making sure all the money gets transferred over that we get, and we'll go over it with the commercial stuff. We get something called representations, where the seller basically says, it's this way and you can count on it. Sometimes we'll do monetary holdbacks, so to back up what they're saying. There's lots of pieces to that. A little beyond the residential contract, obviously, because that's a commercial scenario, but yes, it's the same exact concept. And the reason I started with the residential, even though this is mostly a commercial class, is it's just simpler, but it's the same concepts. The concepts don't really change that much. And the few places they do, I will definitely point it out. Okay. And then number 7, we're good with that. Number 7 is assignability. Now, normally, under normal circumstances, any lease can be sold, and any lease, excuse me, I'm so sorry. Any contract, any agreement, a lease is an agreement, can be sold. So if you're the buyer and you go under a real estate contract, you can sell that contract for money to someone else. It's actually a pretty standard way of doing real estate investing. So you get under contract on a sweetheart deal, you turn around to another investment, say, give me 10 grand, I'll sell you this contract. Okay, you do that by assigning it and taking the money. Okay, Section 7 deals with that. And it allows the buyer to either sign the contract and be released from liability, assign it but not be released, in which case the seller would have 2 buyers on the hook, or just can't assign it at all. So if you are going to buy a residential for investment purposes, not for your home, you're going to want to say it's assignable. If you're a seller, you want to know who you're dealing with. So you're going to either want it to be assignable but not released, or just not assignable at all. So there's always a little friction with this piece. But basically, a contract, any contract, this contract, you name it, is something of value, can be sold, unless there's restrictions otherwise. Make sense? I'm glad everyone got through that. That can be a hard concept. And we're going to go a few more minutes and we'll take a break. With any contracts of real estate nature and otherwise, there's always often something called contingencies, meaning these are like relief valves or safeties. So allowing the buyer or the seller to cancel the contract under certain circumstances. And you do this because there's great unknowns. One of the primary contingencies in a residential and often commercial is the ability to get a bank loan or a loan at all. Okay, and so you put in a clause in this contract in paragraph 8 saying either the buyer is going to pay cash, meaning that there's no financing contingency. They got to buy the property whether they get a loan or not. Now, mind you, if you check off that the buyer is going to pay cash, it doesn't mean that the buyer can't get a loan. It just means that they can't cancel the contract if they don't get one. Make sense? Everyone gets confused on that one. Like, well, you said cash. I'm not dealing with your lender. Well, I didn't say I wasn't getting a loan. I'm just saying I can't get out of it if I get declined. So oftentimes people will check cash and still get a loan. Then the most common one is Section B. And that says that the contract is contingent on buyer obtaining a loan approval, okay, of a conventional, an FHA, a VA, or other loan within 30 days after the effective date, loan approval period, that is fixed, adjustable, or both, with an interest rate not to exceed prevailing rate and a term of 30 years. So this means that if let's say that we checked off that it's a FHA loan, okay, which is just a government sponsored loan that can be easier to get for first time home buyers with less of a deposit. And your buyer applies for a conventional loan and gets declined. Well, you checked off FHA, buyer's not getting his deposit back, buyer's in breach, because you made it contingent on whether or not they can get an FHA loan. You didn't try to get an FHA loan. So the point is, this is very specific. You know, let's say that you put 5% interest and they get a 5.2% approval. The buyer can cancel if they want to. They don't have to, but they can. Okay, does that make sense? Okay, so, you know, this is, I see a lot of realtors mess this one up, and I love realtors to death. But I see this one gets messed up a lot. They'll check off conventional and then the person applies for an FHA, and then everyone's surprised when they can't cancel the contract when they got declined. Okay, it's got to match. Okay, so what this section means, we'll go over to a little more. It means that if the buyer tries to get a loan and can't being the key word, within a certain period of time, they have the option to cancel the contract. Now, it's very easy to say, well, you know, they just won't send in their paperwork if they want it out. But no, the contract said they have to use diligent effort to obtain loan approval during a loan approval period. So if they don't use diligent effort, like, you know, they, don't try to get the loan, they don't get their deposit back. And this is why it's important to always, especially in commercial, to have a really good deposit. The buyer has to keep the seller informed, and there's other ways it works. So if the buyer can't get the loan, they can cancel the contract. They can waive the contingency and say, I'm going hard. This is where that going hard goes in, because once a contingency is satisfied, then that contingency is the term as it goes hard. Okay, so if all the contingencies are satisfied, then the whole contract goes hard. In this case, just the financing would go hard. And if the seller is still uncomfortable, they may have the option to also cancel the contract for only a couple of days, 3 days actually, into this contract. Okay, so the buyer can say, look, I didn't get the loan in 30 days, but I feel really comfortable I'm going to get it. We'll treat this as cash. The seller says, okay, they're fine. The seller says, no way, they're not so fine. They get their money back and the seller gets to move on. Or if they get their loan approval, then they're fine. They just got to tell the seller, hey, I'm approved. Now, please note what I just said. Sometimes I misuse words, but oftentimes I use them very purposefully. They have to tell the seller, I'm approved. Okay, that's it. They have to tell the seller, I'm approved. Like literally, that's it. They don't have to prove it. They don't have to, oh, it says it's a contingent loan approval. Every loan approval is a contingent loan approval. It just means a basic approval and the buyer is willing to move forward on it. Okay, now mind you, they may have to turn over copies of it so the seller can look, but if they say approved, they're approved. Okay, and that's a lot of litigation over that issue, which is why I made it. Now, finally, with this financing part, if the loan approval has been obtained, okay, and the buyer fails to close, the seller gets that earnest money deposit as liquidated damages. And we'll go over damages in a little bit, so I'm not going to hit that. Just understand they get it as liquidated damages. We'll talk about what that means in a minute. And except if there's a property-related condition of the loan approval, okay, in other words, it says, yes, we'll give you the loan as long as the seller closes out the roofing permits. And the seller doesn't close out the roofing permits, then the buyer can still get their deposit back. Or if it says, we'll give you the loan approval contingent on it appraising for the right value, and then it doesn't, then the buyer can get their money back. But under other circumstances, the buyer just changes their mind, loses their job, has a death in the family, they don't get their deposit back. I know, that sounds harsh, right? but it happens. Okay, so if you put down your 20 grand and your spouse passes away unexpectedly, you still got to go to closing. But if the house doesn't appraise, you can get out of it. That's just the way the contract reads. A lot of times people lose their job or get transferred during the pendency of a contract. And, that's what the deposit's for, to protect the seller. So be aware of that. Okay, now another option for financing is where the buyer assumes the seller's mortgage. In a residential sense, this is very rare. It's a little bit more common with commercial deals. Okay, and what this means is that the buyer takes over the existing loan that the seller already has on the property. Okay, the bank has to be okay with this. The buyer and seller can't just agree. The bank is a party to that loan. They got to agree too. Okay, so if you're one of us vets and you bought the house with a VA loan, which I did several times now, great loan, great program, those are assumable loans. So I have a very good interest rate on my house. If I sell the house, I can also give it to them with the loan if the lender signs off on it, which they usually will. Most other loans, FHA, conventional, are not assumable, though a surprising number of commercial loans are, though not all of them. Okay, so for residential, you don't see this a lot. However, in commercial, you see it a little more. Okay, and then finally, there can be a purchase money note and mortgage to the seller. What's this mean? Okay, Dominic is selling the property to Alec for $400,000. Dominic, because he's loaded, just does not really need the cash right now. He'd rather get some interest out of Alec. So he says, I'll tell you what, give me 100 grand. I'll loan you the other 300,000 out of equity. They hire a lawyer creates a note and a mortgage. That gets recorded against the property. Alec now starts making monthly payments to Dominic under the terms of the mortgage. Okay, that is more common. Still a minority, mind you, but you see it a lot. We do a lot of those. So that's pretty common. So those are the different types of financing that goes on. Okay, mind you, the institutional financing where you're using like a stranger lender, Bank of America, whatever, that's the main one you see, and that's where the main contingency comes in. Okay, so now I just fire hosed the heck out of you all for a good hour on this, but we got through a lot, and please understand, I keep repeating this, but if I was in your shoes, the way I'm throwing terms at you, I'd get confused. That's perfectly okay and actually kind of intentional. I'm trying to get you used to the terminology and the concepts, and we'll dig in deeper as the course goes by. Right now, we're going to take a 10-minute, what do professors usually do, 10 minutes? 10-minute break. It's 9:45, we'll reconvene at 10:45. I was told that I should leave the video running, so I'm going to be careful what you do, and be back in 10 minutes, okay?
An hour break.
Hour break.
10 minutes.
You said 10:45.
Video running.
Okay, no problem.
I'll start bad night. I'll be back in a minute. See you.
Okay, no problem.
Oh, man, it's staying so long.
I'm not buying anything from Dom, that's for sure.
Yeah, that's kind of weird.
You guys will be trading Hot Wheels.
Hey, Alec.
Hey.
How you doing, man?
Pretty good, man, pretty good.
Into the commercial world, it looks like.
Yeah, I'm not too well versed on the residential side. It's one of those things where the career takes you on the opposite way. You start with big commercial stuff, and then you still don't know how to put a house on the contract.
Yeah, I'm going the other way. I'm starting small and going up, but yeah, I think this background will help you with the big stuff. So Pretty good.
Yeah, hopefully. No, but this is very interesting. And the question I posted was, I was part of a three entity chain closings the same day, and I was the last guy. So this lady needed to close on a property for the guy that I bought my house from to be able to close on buying her property for me to be able to buy his property.
Wow.
So the language in that contingency was so extent. I didn't read it, obviously.
Convoluted, obviously. You just signed the contract because you're
I just signed it without knowing if I was going to have a house at the end of the month or not. And
yeah, no, sometimes they have that. I've done it in additional notes, and I think there's an addendum for it as well that you say, you know, this is contingent upon me selling my house or whatever it is. So
right,
it can get pretty gooey.
Yeah, and I was actually asking for, I think it was like 10 grand towards my closing because it was part of a VA loan.
Okay.
So it was I need to go back and look at it now that I'm
as long as it appraised, then you're fine. If it didn't appraise, then you'd be in trouble because then she'd be losing, you know, she wouldn't get the value, so she couldn't give you the 10 grand.
Right.
Yeah.
No, thankfully it did, and it worked out. I'm sitting in my home right now, but
nice.
That was
made you sweat.
Yeah, yeah. You're 5 days away. You don't know if people are, you know, what their deal is on their side, but you're just waiting.
Well, one thing I've come to learn is that you know, when the deal gets hard, as they say, like all the contingencies are done, you just have to play the waiting game. You know, everybody wants to close, both buyer and seller, so it will come together. You just have to be patient. That's all.
Yeah, it's just tough to account for stuff you cannot control, right? That's
the full time because you have your closing dates written down and you say, okay, I'm closing 3 this month and I'm gonna get this, and none of them close. You know,
oh no, that would be terrible.
It's tough industry. But rewarding though, it's good.
Where are you at, Chris?
I'm up in Royal Palm.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so you said you're in Boca?
Yeah, we have a project up there. It's called Royal Palm Residences. It's an assisted living facility that we're building.
Oh, you work for a developer, or who do you work for?
I work for a really big contractor, Suffolk, and then we have an equity entity too.
Oh, I know Suffolk. You did boat-shaped building down on the water in Flagler?
The realtors?
Yeah. We do all the cool stuff.
Yeah, the big ones. Yeah.
Nice.
Which board?
The big guitar tower, all of that stuff. Yeah.
Oh, you did the guitar too? Okay.
Hey, Alex, the Royal Palm is for Penn, Florida.
They're different. Miami's a little less expensive. But you know, the Fort Lauderdale Palm Beaches has a ton of resources also, but they both do. They're just, the value you get, the value you get from either one is great.
I've heard, I don't know if it's true, but it's just after 40 years paying dues to the board, then you don't have to pay anymore.
Oh, really?
I don't know. Someone told me that after I thought, like, oh, but you don't have to pay dues anymore.
That's cool. I know it's that way with the bars, the Broward County Bar Association. I think after 30 years, you're a member for life.
All right.
Maybe it's 40. But yeah, I teach every Monday. We do a kind of a fun hour. Myself and a guy named Todd Weston, and then we have usually 3 or 4 other real estate attorneys on.
Is that through the board?
Yeah.
The Miami board?
No, the Fort Lauderdale. Yeah, it's good. That's a Zoom though. If you want, I'll send you.
Yeah, please do.
You're welcome.
Yeah, I'd love to.
I'm sure the board won't, it's free. But it's actually fun. You know, the attorney used to give like a little 3-minute spiel on something, you know, like one little section, contract or whatever. And then most of it just we answer questions, legal questions, just, you know, and then one of the attorneys, I actually moderate it.
Awesome.
So
That
it's,
sounds fun.
we try to make it fun. We've been doing that now for about a year, I guess.
Awesome.
And it's a good program.
Yeah, I'm sure. Answering people's questions, a lot of things coming out these days.
Yeah, it's a heck of a market.
I was telling my office manager that I'm taking this class, and she asked me a professor was. So I said, "Very thing." He's like, "Oh, I read this column in the paper."
Yeah. I love doing that little column. It's, I've never forgot it. 11 years now. It's a lot of fun every week. But yeah, people know me more for the column, which is like a hobby, if you will, than they do for like being an attorney. So like I'll go in court or I'm like, oh, great column last week. I'm like, yeah, what about my argument? You know, it's kind of funny. But yeah, it's actually neat. It's funny how things like that happen, just kind of almost by accident.
Yeah, that's cool.
But it has I'm always surprised, like the column is read by a lot of people, like in the hundreds of thousands, if not more. When you do syndication, it's one way. So you don't know who's reading. The only way I know is when you invite people to email you or not. And I get stuff from all over the place. From Canada, from Europe sometimes, all over the West Coast, including some, I'm not going to say who, but a couple of pretty famous people have written in. I'm like, you read my little column? What's wrong with you? I think it's hilarious, but it's a newspaper, then I get a lot from, I'm sure you're ad. Like, not man. It's a job. A little, hour a week job. It's a job. But it's fun. The hard part is tell your office manager writing questions because after 11 years, it's about a little over 600 columns so far. So sometimes it's 2 a week. It's hard to get unique questions.
Yeah, I'll tell her.
I get the same stuff. Like, what happens if I don't pay my condo dues? Like, okay, well, and I'll literally email the person back, well, here's another column I wrote 6 months ago.
Yeah.
And so I don't want to repeat it. So, yeah, please. I tell everyone I speak, like, send me questions. It's cool. But yeah, it's good. It's good to be a realtor.
Yeah, I love it.
Okay, you said it was a family business?
Yeah, so I mean, working as a coal banker, my mom and my uncle, they both had a license long before me. And so when I graduated high school, I had been sort of shadowing them, and I loved what they were doing, and I enjoyed it. And so I graduated on a Friday, started real estate at Gold Coast on a Monday.
That's great.
And I just never looked back. And so I worked my way through undergrad and now grad school, and now I'm excited to approach it full time.
It's a tough business, but it can be very rewarding.
Oh yeah.
And it's I used to say free flow.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that so much because I need the flexibility, I guess. The priorities and the goals I have right now, I need
Exactly. Yeah, no, but you can do well with it. Some people do really well with it. So yeah, it's excellent. Yeah. All right. Okay, we're going to get started here in about 30 seconds. I'd like to give everyone a little warning. All right, everybody, welcome back. Hope you enjoyed your vacation. All right, we're going to pick up where we left off with the closing. Closing cost, fees, and charges. Okay, so this is another fire hose because a lot of terms here. So really what I'm going to be focusing on in this part really is more the terms than the specifics. Okay, so when you buy a house, there's other people who make money on it. To put it simply, the real estate agents, the title company, the closing agent, sometimes usually the same in Florida, the government, there's taxes involved, vendors, etc. So you guys have heard me say I own a title agency, but I never really explained what that is. So I shouldn't have assumed, I feel, that everyone knew what that is. So when a buyer wants to buy a property and a seller wants to sell a property, that has to occur. They have to make that occur. Someone has to make that occur. And that someone is the closing agent. The closing agent is, if you will, the hub of the deal, center of the deal. That's where everyone gives their wishes to, their paperwork, their, you name it, the lender, the agents, the buyer, the seller, the government. all the information comes into the closing agent. Closing agent manipulates it all, processes it, and at the end, puts it all on a sheet called a closing statement. So everyone's getting their money on that closing statement. They make sure all the right paperwork is signed, and they make sure all the right paperwork is submitted to the right county agencies, associations, etc. So the closing agent will get one of those estoppels, let's say from the homeowners association. The closing agent will also get, they're called lien letters in the business, but they're just estoppels from the government. Okay, I'll be with you in 1 second, Max. I see your hand. The closing agent will get the amount of money owed to the real estate agents from the real estate agents. They'll find out from the seller, hey, how do you want your money sent to you? They'll oftentimes prepare the documents like the deed and the various affidavits that the seller and buyer will need to sign, and on and on. Now, when they do all of this, they have that closing ceremony, everyone signs, and nowadays it's usually not in person anymore, it's usually split, even before COVID. Everyone signs, they make sure all the paperwork's good. They will disperse all of the money to the various people. They're the one who writes the checks. They send the seller a wire, they send the real estate agents checks, they send the lender the paperwork back. They're the ones who get the money from the lender to fund, they'll pay the taxes for the transfer, et cetera, et cetera. They make sure everything is recorded properly in the public records. And then what they do is they issue an insurance policy, one to the lender, one to the new owner. And what this insurance policy says, if there's a threat to the ownership of your property, this insurance will either fix it or write you a check. And that's what title insurance is, okay? Now you pay for, unlike hazard insurance, you pay for title insurance once and you get to use it forever, as long as you own the property. So, but it doesn't cover new stuff, it only covers historical stuff. So if 3 deeds ago, someone was not included in the chain of title, wasn't included on a deed, they should have signed it, they didn't, they'd pop out of the woodwork after 20 years. You call your title insurance company, they fix it, okay? If 3 years after you own the property, you mess up, deed it to the wrong person, title insurance isn't gonna help with that. Okay, so it's day backwards. It's from the day of closing backwards. It covers everything pretty much that happened before that. Fraud, undisclosed heirs, that sort of thing. So it's very important. Every lender will want it. Most owners, it's really not smart to ever buy a property without getting title insurance, even from people you know, because you just don't know what they don't know, right? Now, Max, you had a question.
Yeah, I just had to do the HOA Estoppel last week for a buyer.
Yeah, and it's depending on whether it's HOA or the city or what, it can be a lot. And you'd be amazed at the problems it arises. And there's a lot of different people as to answer.
The only issue was the management company didn't know that they weren't managing that HOA anymore. And it went through 3 websites, links on their websites. Finally, I looked up the builder and I said, okay, who's managing your property? And that's how I found out. But it was they did not communicate.
Amazingly, in the biz, getting association estoppel is one of the hardest parts of the process. There is no registry where you can say, oh, this property goes with this management company, this for this HOA. It just doesn't work that way. Like, usually you got to find out from the seller who doesn't know. I mean, I own several properties. I couldn't right off the top of my head tell you who is the management company to get the estoppel from. So it's a process, and that's part of it, is getting the estoppel, not just from them, but from the county, the city, the municipality, the drainage district, the community development district, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Someone has to do all of that. That's what the closing agent does. And someone has to pay for it. And that's what this section of the contract talks about. So it talks about cost to be paid by seller. The documentary, and I love this section for this class because it lets me go over so many different terms. Documentary stamp taxes and surtax on deed, if any. Now, doc stamps or documentary stamps are a tax on the transfer of, for the most part, property of various things. Okay. In Florida, except in Dade, it's 7 cents per $100. Okay. In Dade, it's 6 cents per $100. I'm sure there's a reason for that, but whatever. That's just what it is. Okay. Now, the reason it's called documentary stamps is because you used to have to go down to the county and buy literal stamps, like stickers. You pay them money, and then you'd have, before you could submit it to the official records, you'd literally have to put the stamps on the documents. And if you look at some old documents, you'll actually see the doc stamps on it. Now, you know, you just wire the money to the title company, takes care of it, but the money just gets wired in. So they're not really stamps anymore, but they still print the amount of the stamps right on the instrument. Okay, so doc stamps are just a sales tax for property. Okay, now understand that it's almost always paid by the seller. Doesn't have to be that way, but it's almost always is. Typically, the seller pays for the owner's policy, but not in Broward or Dade. In Broward or Dade, typically the buyer pays for it. Okay, and some other counties, but the majority is the seller pays for it, including Palm Beach. Again, there's no law saying that, it's just tradition and what's in the contract. The title search, a title search is where a trained individual, such as myself, because I used to do this, will go back, look through the public records to identify all of the documents in the public records that affect this property and what their effect is. Okay, then a title examiner, which is, I also did, will look at all of that and decide what the condition of the title, or really the ownership record of the property is. Someone has to pay for that title search. Fortunately, it's usually under $200, so it's not that big a deal. Okay, it can be more for commercial properties. A municipal lien search, which in the field, no one calls that, everyone calls it lien letters, is just finding out from code, from permitting, from the water, from this and that and the other, if any money's owed to the county, the city, or the municipality. Okay, and typically the seller will pay for that, but not always. The Association Estoppel fees, interestingly, it says HOA Condominium Association, but that in real life also includes co-op, the cooperatives, and we'll talk about the differences in those in another segment. But someone has to get that Estoppel letter, the letter of basically the statement of account from the association. This decides who pays for it. When you record documents in the public records, there's a fee for that. $10 for the first page, $8.50 for each additional. Someone has to pay for that. The attorney, someone's got to pay for that, thank goodness, et cetera, et cetera. The buyer usually will pay the recording fees and taxes on the note and mortgage, okay, because when you borrow money, there's also a tax on that, doc stamps, and also something called intangible tax. Between the two of them, it comes out to 5.5 cents per $100. The buyer may pay for the owner depending on where they live. The buyer typically pays for a survey where a licensed surveyor will go out and draw the outlines of the property, looking for tons of terms. I know, we'll get to them all. Easements and other encroachments, which are just different property interests that go against what the buyer is buying. And by the way, when we go to that one, we're gonna have so much fun. That's the funnest one, is the property ownership. When we talk about easements, encroachments, and transfers of property, I think it's probably the funnest segment we'll have all year for the whole class. Again, the lien letters, depending on what's checked off, loan expenses, appraisal fees, where a licensed appraiser will come out and tell you how much the property is worth, which is just an opinion. Inspections, we'll go over more of that later. Property-related insurance, attorney's fees, etc. Okay, and so depending on your choices, which we'll go over in a moment, one of the parties are going to have to pay, one or both of the parties will have to pay for all of these things and more. Okay, and because it's a contract, this is where you're deciding who pays for what. Additionally, within prior to the closing date, usually 15 days, the title insurer, which is who the closing agent works for. So to be clear, I own Gibraltar Title. Gibraltar Title writes for Attorneys Title Fund Services, which is really a company called Old Republic National Title Insurance. Okay, this is no different than me being a State Farm agent. I'm the agent for Old Republic. I actually write insurance policies, title insurance only, for Old Republic. I also act as the escrow agent holding the money, you know, if you sent your deal to me, let's say. And I also do all the paperwork and do all that hub stuff. It's all kind of combined. But at the end of the day, a title agent is really an insurance broker, a title insurance broker. The difference being when you buy homeowners insurance or car insurance, you're insuring against what's going to happen in the future. I got a wreck in my car, my house burned down. A title insurance agent ensures the quality of the title you're getting on the day of closing, not what happens in the future. And that's what the difference is. Okay, so someone has to do all of that. And in order to do that, they do a title search, which we just spoke about, where they examine all of the public records to see the chain of ownership, which we call the chain of title, from the beginning of time in effect, okay, through now, okay? And they make a report on that called a title exam, where they use their legal know-how to decide what affects the property and what doesn't. And then they issue a title commitment. Okay, and we'll go over that in another class, but a title commitment is just a document that's saying, if you meet these certain requirements, the title agent will issue title insurance, and the title insurance won't cover these 6 things. Okay, and every deal has to have a title commitment. And that's what they're talking about in 9C. Now, when that title commitment comes out, and this is where it comes into play with you guys, you got to look at it, because not all title is the same. So if you're buying a condo and there's a whole bunch of easements and FPLs and agreements, it's probably not a big deal. It's a condo. But if let's say you're buying a farm and there's a railroad easement that cuts across the middle of your farm where you're planning on redeveloping it to tract housing, that's not really a title problem. It's there. You need to know it's there and see how it affects your purposes. So this stuff can be very important, though typically with residential, it's not really many issues. Okay, but don't just think just because you have a title commitment, it's no, you know, I've written title commitments for $100 million commercial properties and $20,000 Century Village condos. It's the same document. Okay, so they do need to be looked at and they do need to be reviewed. And sometimes, you know, for those big deals, it's not as nearly simple. It's a lot more time consuming and expensive, but it literally is the same document. So it's not so much as being issued, but it's got to be reviewed by the buyer in this case to make sure that's not an issue. If there's an issue, and this is actually dealt with a little lower in the contract, you call them out on it and say, look, you got this railroad track going through, you got to fix it. That's a title issue. You got to fix it before closing. So, you know, it's kind of important stuff. But this is 9C is where it talks about what it is, how you get it, and then if you look at the 1, 2, 3, who pays for it? Okay, which obviously is a subject of negotiation. You had a question?
Yes. The example you just gave where there's a farm and the railroad that goes right through it. If that were to affect the value of the property, you know, or what the buyer is willing to pay for it now that they can't do what they thought they were going to do on the land, is there a recourse that the buyer has?
Yeah, typically. So that's a very good question. Hopefully everyone caught that. And so that's obviously we're talking about a commercial thing there, right? And what you would do, it's a little different in commercial contract, which we'll go over this morning. But you'll find that out during your due diligence period. And then the buyer would have a chance to cancel or renegotiate. Okay, so that was really more a commercial reference, but same idea. And yeah, that's why you got to find this stuff out, because when I say a railroad runs in between, I don't mean there's actually tracks there. I mean, there was 50 years ago and they're not there anymore, but the property ownership still reflects the railroad's right to go through. Just to be clear, there's actually a railroad there and you can see it. You know, that's a little bit of a different story. Okay, typically in Broward and Dade, like I said, the buyer pays for it. And as you can see in the contract, in the top of page 4 here, there's even a special Dade and Broward provision, which I personally don't care for. I prefer 1 or 2, but it's there. This also talks about the survey, who pays for it. And it talks about a home warranty, which is like an appliance warranty or a roof warranty in there. And typically no one, those, you don't see a lot of those anymore, but it, it can be if that's part of the deal. And then it talks about special assessments. Now I want to be clear here, just for the sake of a residential contract, the special assessments it's talking about have nothing to do with the condo or homeowners association. These are governmental special assessments. So, and I'll give you an example of what that means. Now, special assessments, okay, so if you live in a city and the city is going to put up new lighting throughout the city, that's just part of your property taxes. Okay, the city pays for it. But let's say it's only going to put up lighting in one little area. So only a small portion of the city is affected. Because only those people are benefiting from it, the city may pass what's called a special assessment. And it's basically a special tax just on this neighborhood to pay for that lighting. A perfect example, if any of you are familiar with Parkland, old Parkland, where you have those long straight streets off of Holmberg, that's called Pine Tree Estates. Okay, those roads are privately owned, but dedicated over to the city. They're in horrible condition. There's a big brouhaha going on because they need to be repaved, which is very expensive. And the question was, does the city pay for it or are the property owners going to get specially assessed? And there's a lawsuit pending on it and all sorts of brouhaha going on up there. That's the type of special assessment we're talking about. They're generally pretty, and sometimes there's citywide special assessments, but that's pretty rare. And even any other kind of special assessment. When you see this here, they're not talking about the association. They're talking about government special assessments just for this property or this neighborhood. Okay, this section is hard. Any questions on this?
I have one.
Okay, got one more?
If it doesn't refer to the association or the condo, is there anywhere specifically we should be writing in?
Yes, lower in the contract. The association special assessments and otherwise are dealt with elsewhere in the contract. We'll get to it. Okay, but everyone thinks it's here. They're two different things. Okay, also understand it talks a little bit about CDDs, which are community development districts. Those are newer things where an area of a municipality or a county is being either developed initially or redeveloped according to an overriding plan. Think Weston. Okay, for those of you who've lived down here for a while, when I moved to South Florida, Weston was swamp, literally. There was a couple little roads back there and we used to take, you go back there in your Jeep or your dirt bikes and had some fun. Okay, now it's a thriving, beautiful city, I reckon. When they did that whole city was done according to a grand plan. And the grand plan is what I'm talking about when I talk about community development districts. It's a special taxing district created just for a community. Now, Weston eventually turned into the city it is, and the CDD doesn't really apply, but I'm trying to get across an idea rather than a reality. So you'll see these oftentimes like, West Delray Beach, like West Delray, where they did all those zillion-dollar homes, 7 bridges, those all CDDs. So basically the developers come in and say, this is beyond just a development. We're basically rebuilding part of the city, and they'll pass a special taxing district with oversight for that purpose. And please understand, I am grossly oversimplifying, and a few of you will deal with CDDs in your jobs in real estate development, maybe more than a few of you, and you can do a whole course on it. So I'm grossly oversimplifying, but for the purposes of what we're talking about, understand they're not part of special assessments or something separate, and they're another type of tax, if you will, that needs to be dealt with at closing. Okay, so and again, I know I'm just skimming that. Next, we get into disclosures. Okay, I'm going to talk about disclosures in 2 ways here. Okay, a commercial and residential. You have to understand now, many of you have heard of the term caveat emptor. Let the buyer beware. Okay, everyone's heard that. Let the buyer beware. Okay, that you always see it in movies or read about it, whatever. That is generally speaking the law of real estate. It's up to the buyer to find out what the problem is. Okay, in commercial real estate, that is still the case. Okay, so if you're buying commercial real estate, you still got to do your detailed investigations. Now, the seller can't lie to you, but they're really not under any real duty for the most part to disclose anything to you. Okay, in Florida, and as far as I know, just in Florida since 1985, when a case called Johnson v. Davis, don't worry, not on the test, a case called Johnson v. Davis came out, that changed a little bit for residential properties. And it imposed a duty on sellers to disclose latent defects to buyers. Okay, latent is the opposite of patent. Okay, latent means not seen, patent means visible. That's simple. So hidden, latent, visible or not hidden, patent. Okay, so very simple. If you are walking through a property, you see a concrete crack running through the pool deck. Patent, visible, no duty to disclose. You see a crack going up the foundation and into the sidewall of the house, you know, by the pool pump, whatever. Visible, not hidden, patent, no duty to disclose. If there's a crack in the foundation underneath the floating wood floor, latent, duty to disclose. Now I say it like duty to disclose because that's not common. That's not the way it is in most other things. So in Florida for residential property, hidden problems must be disclosed to the buyer. Affirmatively disclosed, known hidden problems. Again, if you don't know about it, then obviously you can't disclose it. If you don't know, you can't. How do you tell someone something you don't know? But if you know that pipes are the old PB, PB something or another pipes, polybutylene, you need to disclose it. It's a hidden problem. You know, if they're lead in the house, that's why you always see these lead-based disclosures. The property is older than 1978. You need to disclose that there must be some lead paint. Now that one's federal law, it's mandatory everywhere, but it's the same idea. And if you're not, you could be liable to the buyer for the problem. Okay, if you build an illegal addition or a legal garage conversion, that may be necessary to disclose. In other words, you didn't get it permitted and approved by the city. So this whole section of section 10 deals with these sort of disclosures. Okay, it talks about rate on gas, permits, which is basically when you ask the city for a permission to do something on your property and pay a tax on it, mold, flood zone, and then some federally required ones are dealt with in here. Okay, the homeowners associations dealt with a little bit, but it's dealt with more later on, as well as in the property tax disclosure. So this section is basically just covering the bases for a lot of the mandatory disclosures in residential property. Now understand, most of this or a lot of this doesn't apply to commercial property. That's only on residential. Okay, so I'm going to repeat it again, which is probably a good hint it's going to be on the test. In residential property, the seller has the responsibility or the duty to disclose hidden or latent defects to the buyer. Okay, Alec, you had a question?
Yeah. Do you remember the Chinese drywall and it was like a laminate also that was people were installing that came with a bunch. Do you have to, I don't know, like, do they have to disclose that to you?
So
or?
Before they knew Chinese drywall was a problem, obviously it didn't need to be disclosed. Now, if you have Chinese drywall in your house and let's say it's okay, it's been dealt with, but it's not, it's been dealt with, you do need to disclose it, yes. If it's been completely 100% remediated and replaced, it probably isn't necessary to disclose. But that's very rare. Usually it was just mostly to completely remediate. It usually involved tearing down the house. So yes, that is a good example of hidden defects. The polybutylene pipes are one of the biggest you see. There's specialized lawyers who do nothing but sue on these type of cases. for undisclosed defects. I've defended many of these cases and brought more than a few myself. Okay, it's a big deal. Okay, now if you ever bought or sold a property, your realtor may have told you to or may have told you not to fill out a seller's disclosure form, okay, which is a standard form they get from the Board of Realtors. It's my personal opinion that that is a very good idea for a seller to do because it protects the seller, believe it or not the buyer. The reason it protects the seller is because it's the seller that's going to get sued if they don't disclose. So if they fill out that form honestly, then they're protected. They can say, yeah, you know, there's bad pipes, there's Chinese drywall, the foundation's cracked, and the buyer's so excited to be buying next to their friend, they go, oh yeah, okay, we'll still buy it. Then there's no suing. It's been disclosed. So the seller doesn't get sued for problems in the house. They get sued for hidden problems they didn't disclose. If they disclosed it, they're off the hook. So disclose, 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 disclose. Okay. The commercial, again, is a little different, mind you, but it's still not a bad idea to disclose depending on what it is. I will tell you through many years of experience, and I think a lot of the realtors will agree I'm laughing, is if a buyer wants a house, it really doesn't matter what you disclose. Yeah, it's haunted. There's poltergeist. It's, you know, fell down 3 weeks ago. I still want it. It's got great colors. It's got good bones, you know, right? No one cares. Sellers disclose. James, you had a question?
Yes, doesn't the buyer have an obligation to get a an environmental phase 1 or phase 2
Okay, we'll talk about that without a doubt on commercial. A phase 1 will be required. We'll go over this in greater detail, but all a phase 1 and a phase 2 is basically environmental, and this is a subject we will discuss in great detail in another class. They're environmental inspections. That's for commercial transactions. Environmental concerns rarely if ever come up in residential property, you know, unless someone's buying like an acre lot to build, then it might come up. But if you're just like buying in a development or whatever, there's no one ever gets an environmental survey. I've never seen one in that case. But it's great questions for commercial, and we will talk. There's actually a whole segment we're doing on environmentals. You know, it's something you will deal with if you do commercial real estate. Anyone else? All right, perfect. Also, this talks about something called FERPTA. FERPTA is a fun word, okay, but it's a very, it seems like it confuses everyone. I think it's a pretty simple concept. If you have a foreign owner of real estate, okay, and by that I don't mean, you know, like someone who moved here but from another country. I mean they live in another country. They're non-resident alien, okay, and they sell property in the states that they own. They have to make a tax deposit as part of the transaction of usually 15% of the sales price, not the profit, the sales price. No different than when you have a job and they withdraw money from your check for your income taxes. It's the same type of thing, okay? And if the seller doesn't make that 15% deposit, okay, and they owe taxes on the capital gains or the transfer of the property, the buyer is responsible to pay. Wait, what? Right? Why would the buyer be responsible to pay? Anyone want to take a guess at that one? Because the seller lives in another country. How's the IRS going to make the seller pay? That's the real reason, the entire reason, right? It's the truth, because the buyer's on the hook because that's who's here. That's who now owns the property. So when you buy a property from someone who's a non-resident alien, meaning someone who's from another country who lives in another country, you need to either make sure that the 15% is held back and sent to the IRS, or the seller can get something called a withholding certificate from the IRS up front, lowering or eliminating the amount that needs to be held. Basically filing your tax return in advance. Okay, there are exceptions for this for smaller properties under 300,000, where the buyer is going to be living there as their house. Okay, so on small, like you're buying a $150,000 condo from a non-resident alien, and you're gonna live there, this probably isn't gonna come up. But anything above 300, or if the buyer is not gonna live there, 15% gets held and submitted to the IRS as a withholding. And then the seller, the foreigner, needs to make a tax return to get any of it back. Unavoidable. So if you're a realtor and you have a foreign seller, and this is residential, commercial, I mean, if you're a realtor and you have a foreign seller, you need to go over this in advance. Fortunately, you can be getting these withholding certificates typically isn't very hard. A little harder now with COVID. Okay, but this deals with FERPTA. FERPTA is a real issue, especially in South Florida. Comes up in transactions all the time, commercial and residential. Okay, and I'll probably go a little more into FERPTA later on, but even if not, that's the basics of it. Just understand that if a non-resident alien sells property and doesn't pay the tax on it, the buyer of the property is on the hook. Okay, and that's because the IRS can. Okay, and you see, that's right there, thank you. And you see under J, where we were talking about the seller knows of no facts materially affecting value of the property which are not readily observable and have not been disclosed. Okay, now that's not making a warranty, that's complying with that Johnson v. Davis case. Okay, that's under there. So it's very important stuff. This is a packed section. Okay, moving on. Property maintenance. Okay, what this basically means is that when you have your effective date to the date of closing, the property has to stay in the same basic condition. So if you are a seller, you get under a contract, halfway through your refrigerator dies, you got to buy a new refrigerator of roughly the same value. You can't take out your Sub-Zero and put in a Best Buy scratch and dent. Okay, it's got to be roughly, I've seen it many times, roughly the same value. For that matter, even if it doesn't break, you can't take out your Sub-Zero and put in the Best Buy scratch and dent. Okay, it's got to be what was there. Okay, and then this talks about the as is. Okay, now commercial contracts, for the most part, all contain property inspection, right to cancel sections. This is what we call due diligence. This form, which is the most popular, has the same type of thing. And what this says is the buyer has typically 15 days, but it could be more, to do whatever inspections, diligence they want to do to decide if this property is acceptable to them. Okay, now it doesn't mean they can do nothing and just cancel it for 15 days. They at least have to get an inspection done, even a simple one. But if they decide in their discretion that this is a no-go, you know, they don't like the roof, they don't like whatever, okay, they can cancel the contract and get their deposit back. Now, during this period, this is where the buyer does their inspections. Okay, so very important. Okay, and oftentimes, you know, when they do the inspections, they may need to do a second inspection. They do their visual, it says, oh, maybe the roof screwed up. They may have to get a roofer out there. Sometimes this has to be extended or whatever. But this is the buyer's period to check everything out. Okay, pretty straightforward, but also very, very important. On the day prior to closing or in the morning of the closing, the buyer walks through the property just to make sure it's still in roughly the same condition. Okay, if it's not, the seller may have to fix it. Okay, if there's open building permits, the seller must assist and get them closed out before the closing typically. Okay, what's that mean? Okay, a permit is a tax, but how it's really used, it's done for code enforcement and inspections. You want to put up a shed. You go to the city, here's my plans for the shed, here's the drawing of where it's going, here's your money, please let me do this. They then give you a permit. Okay, after the work is done or as it's done, depending on the work, the building inspector comes, signs off on it. When it's fully completed, they sign off again. You go back to the building department. The building department closes your permit and you move on with your life. Okay, sounds simple, it's really a pain in the neck, but it sounds simple. But what if you never go and close it out? Which happens all the time. You know, air conditioner guy comes out, or air conditioner girl, whatever, comes out and opens a permit, puts the air conditioner in, never goes and closes it. You have an open permit. That open permit typically needs to be closed before the next permit's opened. So it's a problem. It's also a problem because the person who did the work is now gosh knows where. And when they go to close it out, they can go out and find new problems. Like, oh no, it doesn't pass inspection. But the roofing company went out of business 10 years ago. What do? That's what this section addresses. Big problem commercial, big problem residential. There was a new law that was passed about a year ago that makes it a lot easier to do these, but it's still a big pain in the neck. Okay, open permits are harsh. Okay, so there's a whole section on it. Thank you. Whoops, I moved you though, but thank you, Max. If there's a repair or treatment contracts, they get assigned to the buyer. Okay, so very straightforward on that section. Next section is now we're getting into the parts of the contract for the most part that are important, but in effect boilerplate. It's not where you get to make decisions, but it's the mechanics of how a closing works. And all contracts have this sort of stuff. And it's important, but it's not exciting in any way, shape, or form. It literally is just the boilerplate, but again, very important. It defines who the closing agent or escrow agent is and what their responsibilities, how funds are subject to collection, how they have to be on locally drawn banks, what happens if there's a problem. This is still the first section, and all sorts of stuff. So like your attorney is your closing agent, they can still represent you, even if they're also the escrow agent, et cetera, et cetera. It just talks about responsibilities for holding the money in escrow or in trust, if you will, et cetera. It talks about professional liability and advice of the brokers, which is your real estate agent, and who relies on what and what those duties are. Again, very important, but not anything that's really negotiable. It just is just their duties. Okay, so that's very important stuff, and it's in here. It's in every contract. You'll need to read it as you get into contracts. But what you need to know is that all of the little details are defined in the contract, or most of them, and need to be paid attention to. But I don't want to belabor them because it's boring. Okay, a little less boring is default and dispute resolution. So what happens if people don't get along? If they breach the contract, if they don't do what they're supposed to? Okay, so if the buyer fails, neglects, or refuses to do their obligations, the seller may elect to recover and retain the deposit on account of the seller as agreed upon liquidated damages, which are consideration for execution of the contract and full settlement of all claims. Okay, or sellers may, pursuant to paragraph 16, which we'll get to, proceed to enforce sellers' rights under the contract. The portion of the deposit, if any, paid to listing broker upon default shall be split between the listing and cooperating broker, et cetera, provided, however, it's not going to be more than their normal commission. Okay, what does this mean? Uh-oh, something just happened. Okay, what does this mean? This means that if the buyer defaults, doesn't come through, the seller can elect to keep the escrow or earnest money deposit. Okay, so you put down $20,000 of deposit, you can't make it to closing, or the buyer decides not to make it to closing, the seller can decide to keep that deposit. It's called liquidated damages. What does that mean? It means that you're not entitled under a contract. This is very important and probably will be on the test somewhere. You are not entitled under a contract to get penalties or punitive damages. You're not entitled under a contract to punish somebody for non-performance. Breaching a contract is not a crime. It's just breaking your word, breaking an agreement. Okay, but it's not a crime, so there's no punishment. Okay, so the amount of money you get when the other side breaks a contract has to be related to the amount that you were actually damaged. You follow? Which are called actual damages. Very important legal word, actual damages, right?
I'm sorry, Professor, could you say that again?
However, oftentimes in contracts especially, it's really, really hard to exactly determine how much money that is. Okay, in other words, loss of use of the property, loss of opportunity, actual hard costs in running the property, et cetera, the amount of time you spent on it, any out-of-pocket expenses on it. It can be very hard to determine what loss of that, the fact you didn't take the next contract. How much is that worth? Very, very hard to determine that. So two people to a contract can agree upfront how much that will be. Okay, so when entering the contract, they say, well, it's too hard to figure out actual damages, so we're just going to say it's 20 grand. Right up front. That's called liquidated damages. Okay, because it's predetermined, it's liquidated. In other words, it's a set amount. Okay, that's how in real estate contracts, typically damages work, and that's what the deposit is for. Now, sometimes only part of the deposit. So let's say on a commercial deal, you have $1 million deposit, the parties might agree that liquidated damages would only be $500,000. So it doesn't have to be the whole deposit, but typically on residential it is. Okay, so that's what liquidated damages means. Since it's so hard and time consuming and costly to actually figure out what the real damages are, you decide up front it's liquidated. If the buyer defaults, doesn't come through on their end of the deal, the seller can elect to just take that liquidated damages and move on with their life. Okay, I have two questions, I think. Max, and I think James, do you have a question, or is your hand, is it just from last one? Okay, Max.
Yep. For residential, it's typically half the deposit or the whole deposit?
No, it's typically whole deposit for residential. My point being, it doesn't have to be.
Okay.
Because again, this is mostly a commercial course, but residential, it's typically, in this contract, it's the entire deposit. But that, again, like anything else in the contract, it's what the parties agree to. Okay, but this is why it's important. Like if you're selling a property, you don't take $1,000 deposit on your house, because it doesn't really leave you any leverage. It's also why it's important if you want to go flip properties, you put down as little of a deposit as you can. But I've had many investor buying clients that'll go and put down $500 or $1,000 deposits on lots of properties. They really don't have any real intention of closing, but they want the opportunity or to tie up the property for some other reason. Kind of crappy, I guess. But for $1,000, it's worth it. Maybe to keep that property off the market, or if another one falls through, they got this one as a backup. Or while they're trying to maybe flip it to somebody right at closing, they tie it up for 2 months for $1,000. They'll walk away from the $1,000 liquidated damages often. And it's worth it. So if you're a seller, you want to get a good sized deposit. Buyer, obviously, you want to put down as little as possible. Commercial, investment, however you look at it. Okay, the seller can also try to enforce the contract, but in reality, forcing a buyer to buy in anything residential, 99.9, and for the most part in commercial, is really, really hard. Because typically if the buyer's not going to buy, it's because they don't have the money to buy, they didn't get the loan, or something came up. Sometimes, look, if you're selling your property to Blackstone, yeah, maybe worth making them buy it because they can. But if it's John's buying your house and John gets fired, it's not really worth trying to make him buy it. You just take your liquidated deposit. If the seller defaults, okay, for any reason other than their inability to fix a title problem, or if they refuse to close, the buyer can either get their deposit back and sue for damages resulting from the breach, or try to force them to do it through specific performance. So this means that if the seller changes their mind, the buyer can take their 20 grand deposit back and still sue for all the money and damages they're out, and which in this case wouldn't be liquidated, or they can get their deposit back and sue for a specific performance to force the seller to sell. Now, in the days of the boom, and then again, kind of today, you see a lot of these specific performance cases. Definitely in the boom, you're starting to see a few now in the hot market. But in the boom, there was a lot of these cases where the person would go under contract for $800,000, they'd blink 3 times and the property was worth $900,000, and the seller would try to get out of the contract. The buyer would sue to force them to sell it to them, because by the time they won the lawsuit, it was worth $3 million, because that was the boom. right? So you saw a lot of those. You don't see a lot, you haven't seen a lot since, but they're starting to come back. Okay, questions on that section? Okay, that's the response was. Now what happens? Okay, now every contract regarding property should have some sort of dispute resolution clause. Commercial, real estate, whatever you're into. Commercial, residential, whatever you're into. This just dictates kind of the rules of the fight. If it's not there, you just go by the court rules, but I don't think I've ever seen a real estate contract without some sort of dispute resolution clause. In the typical smaller commercial and residential ones, you see ones that are very similar. The parties get a few days to try to work it out. Then they got to go to mediation. And then if they don't agree at mediation, they end up going to court. Or sometimes you see where they have a little time to work it out and then you just go straight to arbitration. Okay, what is mediation and arbitration? Okay, mediation is where a neutral, a facilitator, sits down with both sides and tries to talk them into agreeing without going to court, or sometimes after a lawsuit started. Okay, they would get into a settlement agreement with the help of this trained neutral called a mediator. Does anyone have any questions on that? I know it sounds simple, but it's a little more complex. If you didn't really get what I just said, please tell me now. Good. Okay, so that's what a mediator is. I'm a mediator, by the way. Okay, and again, you sit with the people. Each is like a whole procedure to it. This side tells their story, that side tells their story. Usually the mediator will break them up into two separate rooms and go back and forth, telling each side how terrible their case is and why they should settle. Oh, your case sucks, you should settle. And you go to another room, your case sucks, you should settle. And then hopefully the people reach a compromise and save a lot of attorney's fees. They get into a settlement agreement, they write it up, case over. If they don't write it up and they don't agree, which they don't have to, even if there's already a lawsuit and the judge can send you to mediation, you got to go and show up. If they don't, the judge can't make you agree. Okay, it's completely voluntary whether or not you agree, but it's not always voluntary whether or not you attend. Okay, they're very good. Most cases do get resolved at mediation. There's also under certain contracts, not this one, arbitration. Arbitration is when a private individual, usually an attorney, 1, 3, 5, it could be a panel, sits and privately and becomes a private judge under a quicker, abbreviated, less expensive procedure to bindingly decide your case for you without going to court. It's literally a private judge. Okay, now how do I do that? Because it's a lot cheaper, it's a lot quicker, and oftentimes you get very specialized judges. You bring a real property, and this is a real issue. You bring a real property case before a judge who spent their entire career doing criminal law, and this happens to me all the time. You spend more time explaining the real estate law to the judge than talking about the facts of the case. If instead I can bring that to like a really good, experienced real estate attorney, we can just focus on the facts and be done that much quicker. Okay, so arbitration, which is typically fully binding, just like a court order, it's agreed to, and it can be a very good thing. I'm also a certified arbitrator and a securities arbitrator for FINRA. I know I get around, Alex is laughing. I do a lot of stuff. I like my little side project. It's why I'm here on a Saturday. So yeah, I do that. Actually, I enjoy it. Sometimes the courts will send people to me to help mediate, not just me, it's lots of people that do this. And if I can work it out for the people, I know real estate pretty well, all the better. There's also something called non-binding arbitration. Okay, this is only when there's a lawsuit going on. The judge can, and oftentimes really will, they'll send you to an arbitrator. You go tell your case to the arbitrator. It's almost like a trial, the simplified procedure. The arbitrator will make a decision. This decision is not binding on the parties. Okay? So let's say I decide that Alec gets 100 grand. That's my arbitration decision. He's entitled to 100 grand. Dominic can say, no, ain't doing it. I don't care. It's not binding. I'll take my chance in court. Well, if it comes out that it's somewhere close to 100 grand, not only is Alex going to get the 100 grand, Alec going to get the 100 grand, Dominic's going to get monetarily penalized by the court for wasting your time going to a trial after turning down a non-binding arbitration award. So when you say no to that, there's a big risk that if the arbitrator was right, you're going to get hosed. But you're not forced into it. So if you just flat out agree, you go take your chances. But there is a penalty. The courts are incredibly backed up. Like the funding for the courts and the number of judges is ridiculously low compared to the issues there. Oftentimes you wait months or years to go to trial. I have 10-year-old cases. And that's not typical, mind you. It's a year or two usually. There's a lot of reasons why mediations and arbitrations are gaining huge popularity. Which is why I got the certification. That's the way the whole industry is going to private judges, because there's just not enough money to hire the number of public judges you need. So this will, if you do commercial real estate for a living, you will end up in arbitration eventually. I guarantee it. Okay. If you do residential real estate, and you're an investor, like you're buying and selling yourself, you'll end up in mediation at least a few times. Okay, because that's just the nature of the beast. They're very good processes, mind you. Now, the buyer and seller split the cost of mediation equally under this contract, which is also typical. And if it does go to court, the prevailing party shall be entitled to recover from the non-prevailing party costs and fees, including reasonable attorney's fees, in conducting the litigation. Okay, we use most of the time in America, loser pays the winner's fees. Okay, that's harsh, right? Because you lose, you owe the money, you owe your attorney, you owe their attorney, you owe them for their attorney. Plus, quickly increasing popularity is something called fee multipliers, where the winning party can apply to the court to get the amount of attorney's fees doubled or tripled. Not a penalty. There's actually like a public policy reasoning behind it. And it's certainly not in every case, but it is growing. So be aware, if you're going to roll the dice and go to court and not settle, you can get really penalized pretty hard if you lose. Okay, so this is why 98, 99% of cases eventually settle. Any questions on dispute resolution? And honestly, I can do 8 weeks on it. So if you think I fire hose you a little bit, I'm sorry. It's just a lot of stuff. All right, good. The rest of the contract, for the most part, is standards. Okay, this is just like well, what it says. It's standard. It's more boilerplate, but it talks about all the things that you got to worry about. But again, they're all the details, like what things mean. So, like when you talk about restrictions, easements, limitations, which we'll go over more in another class, but they're just things that affect the quality of ownership. It talks about what's included, what's not included. So, for example, when you're buying a property, it's okay if the property is subject to governmental use plans and zoning restrictions, plat records. Like, in other words, if there's something that affects your entire community, like the roads or the street lighting, or that you have to pay condo dues, that's okay. That's not a title issue. If the developer sold oil, gas, and mineral rights to someone else. So normally when you own a property, you own a certain amount up and a certain amount down. But if the person sells it to you, they can hold back the mineral rights, the mining rights, and sell it to someone else. Okay, so that's not a title issue, which is typically what happens in a community type development. Setback lines, meaning that you can't build too close to the property line, utility easements, taxes, any assumed mortgages, those are all not title issues, if you will, under this contract. They're just a standard thing with most residential properties, have these title issues, if you will, and they're okay. Like FPL needs to run the power lines, so to speak. Talks about what a title examination is and how things need to be fixed that fall outside of what we just spoke about. And we're going to go more into easements and title issues in a different segment. So don't worry too much about it right now, but they are very important. It talks about the survey and the survey standards, what issues that come up there. It talks about something called ingress and egress, okay, which is kind of interesting because if you think about it, every property kind of needs a way to get to it. That's the whole statement. Like every property, you got to be able to get to it. So if you think about it, every property has to be abutting or touching a road. Otherwise, you can't get to it. So what happens if someone sells you a property that's completely surrounded by other private property? What do you only helicopter in? Jump really far? You know, call up one of those guys from The Boys to fly you in, whatever it is. You know, what do? That's an ingress and egress issue. It's a big issue. Property like that, by the way, is called landlocked. So if you have a landlocked property, you got to make sure that there's a way to get in and out. Usually what it is, it's an easement over a neighbor's property, the road, but that can be a real issue. It talks about lease information, when it has to be delivered. We spoke about that a little while ago, about 10 Estoppel letters. It talks about liens. And it talks about the seller furnishes to the buyer, closing affidavit, attesting for absence, blah, 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 of all these various types of liens. We'll go into, I'm saying blah, 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 not because it's unimportant, because we'll go into it in more detail in a different section. It talks about how time is computed. Now, this one in any contract is very, very important. Okay, and in every contract, they work similar, but always a little differently. Okay, so the way it works under the typical residential real estate contract is that calendar days are used. Okay, I'm going to skip if you're reading along where it says time is of the essence. I'll be back to that in a minute. Okay, other than time for acceptance and the effective date, okay, any time period which ends that occurs on a Saturday, Sunday, or legal holiday is extended to 5 p.m. the next business day. Okay, this also means that if there's a deadline, it's midnight under this contract. So if your deadline to get, let's say, a closing or a financing contingency falls on a Thursday, you have until midnight. But let's say that time period ends on a Sunday, you have until 5 p.m. on Monday, unless Monday is a national holiday, and then you have 5 p.m. on Tuesday, not midnight. That's this contract. You understand that? That makes sense? Some contracts will specify you have until this date at 7 p.m. or whatever. But if it doesn't specify at all, it's midnight. Okay? And then finally, and probably, I would say and also you don't count the day you signed. When you start, like day one is the next day. That's typical legal counting. Okay? Time is of the essence. In the law, there's very few what I call magic words. This is one of the exceptions. Time is of the essence is magic. And what this magic means, basically means, see all these dates and deadlines? We really, really mean it. There's no waiver. There's no, well, I was a day late, but you know, it's $1 million. What's a day? None of that exists if the contract says time is of the essence. If it doesn't, and you close 3 days late, you substantially perform, no big deal. If it does say time is of the essence, you close 1 minute late, too bad, so sad, you lose. Any question? It's a very important concept. Time is of the essence. It's all, if you guys are going to work in real estate, it's going to be all over the place. So I want you to understand this. Any questions on time is of the essence? Okay, it really is strict under the case law. Okay, I've actually won cases based on time is of the essence. Like we were only an hour late. No. Time is of the essence. Doesn't matter. Okay, it could have been a second late. You're late. You're done. If it doesn't say that, then they were only an hour late. It'd be no big deal. Okay, very important. Okay, so and keep the arrows. Force majeure. Oh, you don't have to keep the force majeure. The next part. Force majeure. Lawyers love fancy words. It's just a fancy way for saying something unexpected. Okay, a force majeure is what's called a casualty. It's something that's outside of individual control. And I don't mean it in the I'm making an excuse way. Like it wasn't my fault, I got a ticket. Oh, that's why I was late. That's not a force majeure. It's an earthquake, a hurricane, a fire, house got broken into, things that are truly outside your control. Not that you got busted for speeding on the turnpike or got into a car wreck. Okay, it's a casualty. Okay, that's a force majeure. And the reason why I kind of said something in the beginning, like it's become a big deal, is, and I taught actually a couple courses on this to lawyers. With COVID, force majeure, there was a very big question whether or not pandemic was a force majeure, which in a way it kind of is, but also how it affected various types of contracts. And there's still massive litigation going on to determine. Okay, if you notice, this contract form does not say anything about pandemics. It talks about hurricanes, floods, extreme weather, earthquakes, fire, acts of gods, unusual transportation delays, war, insurrection, acts of terrorism, which by the exercise of reasonable, diligent effort, the non-performing party is unable in part and whole to prevent or overcome. Doesn't say pandemic. When this next version comes out in probably this year, it will say pandemic and epidemic because no one thought of it before that. You see it in a scattering of commercial contracts back before COVID, but now it's in everything. Okay, now it also means like, oh, there's COVID in Texas, so we don't have to close. That's not what it will mean. It'll mean like you got COVID or the government locked down and you couldn't do, there was a period of time where there was no closings in like March, April, because they closed everything. So you couldn't do it. It kind of sucked. That's a force majeure. Okay, just the world's gone haywire, you know, to the extent it did or still is not a force majeure. A hurricane, when it hits South Florida in the area you're in, is a force majeure. A hurricane that's near Florida, so you can't get insurance to do your closing, is a force majeure. Okay, but a hurricane that, you know, looks like it might hit Florida, but isn't in the box, as it's called, when it's so close they won't issue insurance, is not a force majeure. So it's very factual. What happens when there's a force majeure is everything just gets delayed for a period. And if that period gets too long, the contract gets canceled. Okay, and I'm gonna blow your minds here. We have time. So we're gonna spend a lot of time in the residential, so we're gonna breeze through the commercials. And I'm just gonna point out the differences, just so you know. But I'm gonna kind of blow your minds here with force majeure and why it's important. But before I do it, I saw a couple of hands. Anyone have questions about this before I kind of blow your minds and confuse you a little bit? Did you have one?
Yeah, I did actually.
I've seen people try to use COVID and force majeure as a sort of an excuse when people lose their jobs due to COVID. Is that?
That typically would not be considered a force majeure.
Okay, typically.
Yeah, because it's only affecting that person.
Okay, so it has to be something.
Everyone, the whole industry closed down.
Okay.
Like the restaurants probably could be considered a force majeure.
So it's not individually based, but more like society or
Exactly.
community.
It's a more like global and out of your control. So the non-performing party is unable in part or whole to prevent or overcome. There's a very good argument that if you get fired, just you could have prevented it. You know, and that's why it wouldn't be a force majeure typically. Any other questions on force majeure? Okay, so force majeure, this clause is often referred to as a risk of loss clause. And it's important for the following reason, which is very confusing and counterintuitive, and to the point where I honestly, a lot of real estate attorneys don't understand it fully. Okay, so there's something called the common law. Okay, and that is basically just the general state of the law in your jurisdiction leading up till now. And it's the opposition, if you will, to specific statutes, specific regulations. It's still binding law, but it's not really written down anywhere except like in cases. You may have heard like case law where an attorney makes a brief citing all these cases. What they're citing is the common law, the precedent of what's happened through the years, all the way back 1,000 years, literally, leading up to now in our legal system determines most of what we call law is determined just that way. It's not written down in like books. I mean, it's written down in like, you know, theory books, but it's not like statutes where the legislator comes and passes specific laws. Obviously, there's a ton of laws that are written down in statutes. So we're not talking about that. What we're talking about is common law, okay? But when I say common law, I don't want you to think it's anything less than fully binding and authoritative. It's just you can't look it up in the statute books, okay? But it's how most of like real estate works is by common law. Okay, any questions on that? I'm kind of building. Okay, so the next very important concept, and we will repeat this, revisit this over and over through the course, is how ownership gets split up. And there's various ways that ownership of anything gets split up. And right now I'm going to talk about one of those ways. The two ways I'm talking about now is legal ownership and beneficial ownership. Okay, and oftentimes they're the same person as both. They're the legal owner of the property and they're the beneficial owner of the property. What does that mean? It means that the property is quote unquote titled in their name and they get the benefit of it. Okay, this concept comes up constantly in real estate law, over and over and over again. So all of you may have heard of trusts. In a trust, the trustee is the legal owner, but the beneficiaries are the beneficial owner. Okay, typically in a lease, if you rent your property, the landlord's the legal owner, the tenant's the beneficial owner for a set period of time. But it's an ownership interest. Don't fool yourself. A renter has an ownership interest, which is why you can only evict them in court. Okay, it's just a very limited ownership interest. But even if you just own your house outright, there's still a legal ownership and a beneficial ownership. You just happen to have both. You own it and you use it. Okay, so this comes up over and over and over again. Max, yes?
Yeah, I had a case with this last April. The trustee, the money was going to daughters of the passed away person. The trustee was the brother. He fooled around. He gave himself a chunk as like a fee, so there is a big difference between the trustee and the beneficiary.
Oh yeah, and we will do a whole section on trusts where that'll become very clear. But it illustrates very well that the uncle in this case, had the legal ownership, but he wasn't supposed to have the beneficial ownership and didn't, and could really quite easily get sued for stealing it, if you will. So importantly in this case is that, like we just spoke about, you can split the legal and beneficial ownership. So here's the mind-blowing part. As soon as this contract becomes effective, the buyer at that moment, I mean, as of the effective date, not closing, becomes the beneficial owner of the property. Wait, what? So when you sign a real estate contract, the seller becomes the legal owner. The buyer, at that moment the contract is made fully effective, signed, becomes the beneficial owner of the property. The seller, being the legal owner, in effect, acts almost like a trustee and has what's called a fiduciary or trusting relationship to the buyer who now has the benefit of the property. Okay, this becomes very important, by the way, in commercial deals. Okay, so that's kind of crazy. Like, wait, I didn't close yet. I didn't pay my money. What do you mean I'm the beneficial owner? Right? Or the seller saying, what do you mean they're the beneficial owner? They haven't even given me any money yet. But that's the way it works. And then when the money in closing happens, when all the requirements of the contract are fulfilled, the seller transfers legal ownership to the buyer, completing their ownership, if you will. If the contract is canceled, automatically by action of law, the beneficial ownership goes back to the seller. This is why a seller can't sell a property twice. This is why a seller can't renovate a property or take out the sub-zero, because they don't own it anymore. Not beneficially. The buyer does, and the seller owes a duty to them to maintain the property, except normal wear and tear. Right? Seems like kind of an abstract kind of legal concept, but think about this. Using that as a framework, what happens if the property burns down? Exactly. What happens if the property burns down? Everyone's kind of like, well, I don't know. Well, here's what happens. The buyer still has to buy it full price. They're in a contract. It's the beneficial owner. And what they'll get at the closing is the right to pursue the insurance policy and a burnt down house. And what the seller will get is their full money. And buyers don't want that. That kind of sucks. I wouldn't buy a house under those conditions. So what do? You put in a force majeure, a risk of loss clause. So if you go back and look at the force majeure clause, which at first seemed like, well, hey, look at this. This gives the seller a little extension. What this is really doing is it's giving the buyer an out if the seller can't fix the property quickly. It's making the seller responsible to undo the situation, to fix the fire within this case 30 days, or the buyer can get their money back. It doesn't have to buy. It's shifting the risk of loss from the buyer back to the seller. So when you read this, everyone thinks like, oh, this is like a seller protection. This clause, a risk of loss clause, is really there to protect the buyer. And it's shifting the risk of the casualty of the force majeure from the buyer back to the seller until the closing. And that's why you see a risk of loss clause or a force majeure clause in almost, I don't think I can't remember I've ever seen one not in a contract without one, because of that crazy split and how it works under common law. So any questions on that? I know that's really tough concept. Okay, good, cool. Glad to hear it. Then we talk about how, the conveyance, which is just the transfer of that legal ownership, happens. We talk about where the closing is going to be, which is, in the county at the office of the closing agent. They're usually electronic now. It talks about what type of closing documents. It talks about fine send, which is just like a reporting thing. It talks about the procedure of the closing, with money being subject to collection, how the deed gets recorded, etc. It talks about what happens if you have to close an escrow for various reasons. In other words, the money you close, but the seller can't get the money yet under certain circumstances. It talks about that. It talks about how you do prorations, which is like half the taxes for this guy, half the taxes for that guy, right? So you got to split it up some way. So it talks about how that's split. And the reason I'm not diving deep is it's easy enough to read and it's different in every contract. Though, typically along the same lines. It talks about access to the property, to do inspections and stuff. It talks more about risk of loss, as you can see what we just spoke about. And this gives some kind of details of when the seller has to fix it or doesn't have to fix it, kind of protecting the seller again, saying, look, if it burnt down and the cost to fix it is a lot of money, then I can just cancel the contract as the seller. I don't have to fix it. So it modifies that. It talks about a 1031 exchange, basically saying that, and just for the sake of time, for 1031s, we'll talk about them another day. It's just an investment tool. It's an IRS section, and it's in another module. So we'll skip it for now, but it's cool and important. It talks about you're not allowed to record the contract in the public records. That way, if the deal cancels, you don't want it to cloud your title, et cetera, et cetera. It talks about integration and modification, which are two concepts, very simple. Integration means that any prior agreement leading up to this agreement is now this agreement. So there's not like 6 preliminary agreements. It's the final agreement that counts, and modification just means that any changes to the contract must be in writing, signed by everybody. It talks about if there's addendum to the contract, whether like the typed part or the part you pencil in or pen in, which one overrides the other. It's the part you pen in, by the way. Talks about how money, talks about FERPTA some more, which we talked about before, a whole section on FERPTA, as you can see. Okay, right here, we talked about that already. And then it talks about the buyer waiver of claims. And what this says is that except for your inspections, except for that undisclosed hidden defect stuff, everything else wrong with the property is your problem. So if I disclosed everything I knew, you accepted the property, you buy it, and 3 days later the roof caves in, that's on you, not on me. That's on the seller. That's on the buyer, not on the seller. And that's really this last section X is the as is part. You're buying it as is. Still got to disclose defects, but, and then it talks about standard form addendum. And because this isn't a real estate agent class, we're not going to go over each of those. But one of you asked, I believe, about the Condo and Homeowners Association, specifics of how all that stuff works for a contract. That's what's found in the riders. Okay, so basically, if you're in a homeowner association, you're going to tack on 2 or 3 more pages of pre-printed text. Okay, and there's a whole bunch of them here. And I'll be with you 1 second, Max. The condo riders for condos, association riders for associations. The seller financing is for when the seller is making a new loan. The mortgage assumption we spoke about is when you're taking over the existing loan. The FHA, VA, they have special rules, so there's a special addendum for them. Appraisal contingency means if it doesn't appraise, you get to get out of it. These are all separate forms. It talks about homeowner flood insurance, how the money's held in an interest-bearing account. Talks about defective drywall, Chinese drywall. So we asked about that earlier. It talks about something called a coastal construction control line, which we'll talk about actually in another module. But if a property is close to the water, it's something you got to think about. It talks about insulation, lead paint, housing for over 55 communities, rezoning, lease purchase options, you know, post and pre-occupancy, contingent on the sale of the buyer's existing property, a kick-out clause, which is, you know, where you can say match my better offer or get out of the way, attorney approval, etc. And my arbitration clause is actually a binder. If you don't want to go to court, you want to go to arbitration, which I think is a good idea. And then if those are checked off, there'll be additional pre-printed forms in this form set that'll be filled out and attached to the contract. Okay, anything that doesn't fit will go here or like pages, you know, added to it. And then, as you can see, you get the buyers, the brokers, sign. And that is the residential contract. That's a whole bunch of stuff. Okay, now Max, you had a question?
Yep, if you go up a little bit to the boxes. My brokerage always has, whenever we start a new transaction, it's drywall disclosure, lead-based paint disclosure, and the mold disclosure. So we have them ready. Why is mold not there? And we always have to write it in other. And what are the reserves? I've never known what the reserves are.
What was the last part?
The I, K, and L reserved. I've never known what those are for.
Oh, reserve just means there's nothing there.
So why is
There
mold?
used to be. So everyone got used to, you know, N being coastal control. So the CCCL, so they don't want to change N to K by moving them up. So they just, you'll see that a lot in contracts because everything's affected in the contract by numbering. You know, this paragraph might reflect that paragraph. If you end up taking something out of like a fairly standard form, you leave the number and just either put deleted or reserved. And that way you don't have to mess with the numbering of everything else.
Okay.
So if you see a contract and it says, you know, 3C1 deleted or reserved, it means that it didn't apply to this deal, but whoever drafted it didn't want to go back and make sure every other reference to every other section, which would have been moved by taking that out, didn't change.
Yep, I've had that written on.
Yeah, so you'll see that a lot, especially in commercial contracts, just like deleted, and you're like, well, then why not just take out the number? There's actually a good reason for it. That's the reason. So there was something, I don't even remember what it was. There was something there that wasn't necessary anymore. And I think the mold one is actually from a different form set. I think it's from the FAR form set. if I'm not mistaken, or it may be broker specific.
Okay, it might be broker specific.
Yeah, I can check, but I think the FAR, there's competing form sets. This is the most popular one, the FAR bar, which is the Florida Association of Realtors and the Florida Bar Association get together and make it. And you'll see the next contract we're going to go over in a second. The commercial contract is from the FAR set. So I think the mold is part of the FAR set, but it doesn't mean you can't use it. It just means you got to make sure it matches up.
Yeah, I always have to handwrite it in the other box.
Exactly. Alec, you had a question?
Yeah, just a quick one. Where are commissions addressed? I don't know. You might have mentioned it already.
Oh, no, realtors don't get paid on this contract, Alec. Just kidding. Commissions, okay, so this is where you list who the brokers are. Commissions aren't addressed in a purchase contract for residential. They're addressed in a listing agreement. Just so you know. So when you take a listing as a listing agent, you agree the seller is going to pay 6%. And then when you enter it on the MLS, you agree to how you're going to split that to the selling broker or the cooperating broker, 3-3, let's say 50-50. And that's all controlled by the MLS, and it's all controlled by the listing agreement. And you can see there's even language in here where it says that this contract shall not modify MLS or listing. So it doesn't matter if you change on this contract. The agents aren't part of this contract. This is between the buyer and the seller. So you disclose the agents, but the compensation is controlled by other things. Make sense?
Oh, okay.
Perfect. Does anyone else have their hand up?
Yeah.
Yes.
And that's for the listing. That's for the listing side. But if you're really smart, you get the buyer to sign a buyer broker agreement.
100% right.
Everyone has a relative, or there's 80,000 sales agents or licenses in just Palm Beach County. So it's
yes. So listing agents are protected because they have an agreement with their client. If you're just a buyer's agent, you also want to get an agreement saying, hey, if I showed you the house, I got to get the commission. Otherwise, they can hose you. You don't want that, which is true and a good point and happens a lot.
Don't you have, if you show the property, you have like
That's a realtor rule. Okay. So the question was, oh, if you show the property, don't you have the originating agent sources? And that's all realtor rules. And the Realtor Association, which is a fantastic association. If you're an agent, I recommend joining it. But in effect, it's a club, a very big, powerful club. But it's a club. It's not legally binding. But when you join, your rights and responsibilities among other realtors are binding. So that's because it's a realtor rule, not because it's a legal rule.
Could you still use it to defend your commission?
If you're a realtor. But if you're just a real estate agent who didn't join the realtors, which also means you couldn't list it on the MLS because the realtors control the MLS listing service, then you couldn't. No. So yeah, interesting, right? Because it's a realtor rule. So I mean, you probably could under other theories under the law, I'm sure. Just it never comes up because everyone's a realtor. Okay, so we're going to jump into the FAR commercial contract. I will respect your time. We will finish on time. I know it seems like, oh my God, we got 2 more contracts to go through. But you'll see we'll fly through this because much of it's the same. Okay, so as we jump into the commercial contract, this is the FAR form. So this is another pre-printed form. But as you saw, where the last one was from the Florida Bar and the Florida Association of Realtors together. See if you see, it's probably easiest to see on the first page. You see on the top, this form has been approved by the Florida Realtors and the Florida Bar. The FAR contracts are just the Florida Realtors. Okay, so, and the reason being the FAR Bar doesn't have a commercial contract set, just residential only. Okay, so if you do a pre-printed commercial contract, and theirs are actually pretty good. I use them for some decent sized deals. There's often a reason why it's good to have a simpler standard contract than drafting your own as an attorney. I'll use this one. So the buyer and seller, obviously the same, street address, legal description, personal property. And oftentimes you'll see like see Exhibit A, see Exhibit B. Very important, especially with smaller and commercial, if you're buying a store or something, you're going to want to list out very specifically. It's not just like all the chairs. It's 42, whatever, Office Depot brand chairs, you know, even of this style. This is where you'll have stock, you know, 43 cases of Twinkies, whatever. This will all get listed in these two little lines, mostly by going see Exhibit B. Okay. You have the escrow money deposit, earnest money deposit, held, how much, the purchase price. Okay, the initial deposit, usually with commercials, are tiered deposits, like you deposit, 30 days later, you do another deposit, et cetera, et cetera. Talks about financing. All this should look very familiar to what we just went through. It talks about time for acceptance, the effective date, and how to compute times. Same stuff, different spots. Okay, so in other words, the offer has to be accepted by this date or it's withdrawn. The effective date is a date which the last sign an initial or this blank date. Calendar days are used except for periods of 5 days or less. So you notice it's a little different, right? So it's all set by contract. So if it's less than 5 days, it's business days. If it's more than 5 days, it's calendar days. Don't include Saturday, Sunday, national holidays. And if you notice that it says time is of the essence. Okay, you'll very rarely see a real estate contract without that. It talks about the closing date unless it's extended. Okay, it talks about where the closing will happen. And you see how quickly we can go through this now because it's almost the same, at least so far. It talks about the third party financing, about, in other words, how they're going to get their financing. And this clause, if you read it, has some differences because it's a different type of loan. Okay, so for example, one of the differences you'll see oftentimes with commercial loans, whereas like, let's say you get a 30-year amortized loan for your house. What you'll often see for commercial deals, you'll get a 30-year amortized loan, but there's a balloon payment or the final payment's due after only 10 years or 5 years. So it's amortized, but you know, it doesn't last the full 30 years. And that's even accounted for in the contract, as you can see. It also puts a much stronger duty on the buyer to cooperate with the lender. Okay, so it gives the seller a little more rights, talking about like what the buyer has to do to try to get financing, though in both cases, the buyer has to cooperate. It talks about the deposits. If buyers use good faith and cannot get a loan by the loan approval, and either party elects to cancel the contract to set forth, or the lender refuses to close without all the other excuses, the deposits get returned to the buyer and they're both released. So it talks about a little bit of the dispute right here, and it talks about loan approval. In this case, loan approval means a statement by the lender setting forth the terms and conditions the lender is willing to make the loan. It's not a pre-approval letter, not a pre-qualification. Now, this is different. Remember before I said, well, basically the buyer just has to say, hey, I'm approved. In this case, it's much more specific. Okay, because it's commercial. Okay, and then seller has legal capacity to and will convey marketable title to the property, meaning that they have the ability and authority to transfer the property in a good title. A lot of stuff packed into that little sentence, by either a statutory warranty deed, a special warranty deed, or other, free of liens, easements, and encumbrances of record, known to seller, but subject to property taxes, covenants, restrictions, public utility easements, existing zoning, government regulations, and a whole bunch of stuff listed. Now, you will often see a whole bunch of stuff listed, often usually in an addendum, see Exhibit C, because usually with commercial deals, the seller has gotten a title search before they go under contract. Okay, so they're going to list all of the title issues right up front, and that way there's no fighting later. Again, it depends on what you're buying. You're buying, you know, a $600,000 Gidonk, like a Quickie Mart, whatever. You might not see that, but if you're buying, you know, a larger commercial, you're always going to see that. Okay, and that's why you see if you ever bought a house from a developer, like a brand new house, you'll see they have like a whole page of that stuff because they've obviously already done the title search. Okay, I also want to point out, so that's very important, right? Especially with commercial properties, there's often a lot of easements and restrictions and stuff. We'll go over it in detail in another module. I know I'm fire hosing. It's kind of on purpose, but it's important that you list all that stuff out and that there's exists no violations, blah, 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 blah. And it also says buyer's intended use of the property as. So if the buyer is buying something for a gas station, they put down gas station. If that's not in the right kind of zoning, they get to get out of the contract. So the use of the property on a house is always residential. But if you buy a property, you know, maybe you can use it for a store, maybe it can be a car dealer, maybe it can be a gas station, who knows? But if it's important, you put it here. You know, especially if it's vacant land, because it has to do with zoning. Okay, so it's big, there's some changes here, as you can see from the other one. I do want to talk also really quickly about deeds. A deed is just the written manifestation of the party's intent to transfer ownership and title to land. Okay, and that sounds like a whole bunch, but it basically, you have to go back in history. This is like super fun. And I wish you were here in real class because I used to act this out. I've not taught this before, so I'll do my best. Anyway, this goes back. This is fun. This will wake you up a little bit. Back, picture yourself back, let's say year 1356 in England, or maybe in Ireland. I don't know, somewhere far away from the capital. And the landowner wants to sell his property to, you know, the Duke of Earl or whatever from the next duchy. Okay, so he calls forth his serfs, his tenants of demesne, this is where the term tenant comes from, and they gather around. And the landlord has the next door neighbor who's going to transfer this part of the property over to, you know, for 3 cows or whatever. And he says, in front of all of you witnesses, this is real, by the way, I'm not making this up. This is where this came from. This, and by the way, this is called the livery of seasonment, the livery of season, or a fiafment ceremony. Okay, livery of season. And this is why you may have heard the term seized in land. It comes from this. Okay, so the current owner goes, okay, so from that tree, and this is in front of like the locals, from that tree to that rock, to that stream, and back to that tree, I now transfer to you, Duke Ellington. And Duke Ellington says, I'll take it. And all the serfs go, yay, and they go home and eat some, you know, dirt sandwiches or whatever. Okay. And literally the owner of the property, current owner, reaches down, picks up a clod of dirt and hands it ceremonially to the Duke Ellington, who now owns that property and probably serfs. Okay. That's where all this came from. Now, fast forward 300 years to their great grandsons, who are now hanging out in Oxford, drinking and having fun. And really the only thing they care about from all that great land they have back in the country is the money that comes from it. So Duke Ellington's great grandson loses a poker game or whatever they pay then, and wants to transfer property back to his new friend who he just lost it to. They're not going to get in a wagon and travel 3 weeks back to wherever this farm is and do this ceremony again. It's kind of ridiculous. So what do? They do a deed, just like we do. And if you notice, everything I just spoke about, all the components of that ceremony are on modern deeds. You have witnesses, right? You have a legal description. You have the property, the people identified. You have the property, like I said, legal description. You have all the words of transfer. And in this case, you have it in front of a government official, a notary, and then you record it in the public records. So all a deed is a physical manifestation of that ceremony from literally 800 or 900 years ago. We're still doing that today. Okay, and that's why deeds have to be the way they are. Now, if you make a deed, if Chris sells a property to Anna and they leave off a witness, no sale. That deed is invalid. Just like if, you know, Duke Ellington and his buddy didn't have any of the serfs watching, it would be invalid. So it still, you know, holds through to today. And that's really where a deed comes from. So there's different types of deeds, and the different type of deeds mostly deal with what is being promised from the seller or the grantor to the buyer or the grantee. And those are called warranties or covenants. Now, we will go over this in a little more detail in another module, but basically, like what the individual promises are. But basically, when you have a warranty deed, the seller is promising to defend, like I have good title to the property and I'll back that up from anything that happened in the past. That's a warranty deed. A special warranty deed is really just a limited version. Hey, I have good title to the property and I'll back it up from any challenges that happened during my ownership. Okay? And then finally, a quitclaim deed is saying, hey, I'm not saying I own it or not, but if I do, it's not yours. So if I was gonna, I don't know, deed George Nova's parking garage in a quitclaim deed, he would have as much ownership of it as I do, which is nothing besides a parking pass. However, if it found out that, hey, I actually do own a part of it, then it would be his. But no promises. But if I did that in a warranty deed, George can sue me and say, now make it right. And I'd have to buy the parking garage and give it to him under a warranty deed. And that's the difference. And in this section, this is where you check off whether it's a statutory warranty, like a full warranty deed, or a special warranty deed, or a different type. Almost always in commercial, it's either going to be a full warranty deed or a special. You'll notice developers always give specials. If you're a buyer, you want the full warranty. If you're a seller, you want less. Okay? Any questions on that? I'm a little sad I couldn't fully act out delivery of season, but oh well. Then it talks about what constitutes evidence of title. That's the title commitment we spoke about before. Okay, different parts to it, but same basic idea. Talks about the title exam, which we spoke about. Different standards, same basic idea. So you see how this all kind of plays together. The survey, obviously it's a little more detailed, engineering documents, a different type of survey than house, but still a survey. It's still the time periods to review it and look at defects, etc. It talks about the condition of the property. Talks about whether it's just take it as it is, no inspections, do your due diligence. Okay, but understand that in due diligence for commercial properties, it's a lot deeper. It's not just an inspector comes out and looks around for an hour or two. Sometimes they take soil samples, sometimes they go into the walls, which is why it says that the buyer is going to fix any damages from the inspection. Okay, and by the way, we spoke about it a little bit earlier. This, and we have a whole section on environmental, so I'm not going to get deep into it, but this is where those environmental inspections come into play. And the reason why we're making such a big deal of environmentals is pretty straightforward. There's something called Superfund liability, which means that every owner of a property that has an environmental interest, every owner ever, like historically, has equal responsibility. So, which means that if you sell a property that has like a gas station with leaking tanks, you're on the hook, but so's the buyer to the federal government for the cleanup costs. So when you buy a property, you do typically a phase 1 environmental survey, which is very expensive, which is basically where they look to see if they need to do more of a survey. So, was it a dry cleaner? Was it a gas station? Was it whatever? And if they don't find any reason to dig deeper, you're good. You get a clean phase 1, you move on. If not, you get a phase 2. In a phase 2, they'll do groundwater samples. They'll do some destructive testing. In other words, is there mold? They'll dig into the walls. They'll do soil testing. And those are, so you're probably looking, $2-3 grand for a phase 1, 20 grand or so or more for a phase 2. And depending on how that turns out, you may need a phase 3, which is truly destructive testing. They dig holes and stuff. Okay. And those are important when you're buying a property because, you buy a restaurant or whatever that is sitting over what used to be a gas station and there's buried tanks. If you don't know about that, and with this phase 1, they look at all the history of the property and such, and it turns out you're leaking and you contaminate the groundwater, you're going to be in bankruptcy. And Superfund cuts through bankruptcy. So you're going to be truly broke. So that's why that's important. But we'll do that in a little more detail in another module. Talks about inspections. This due diligence process, though, real quick, in a commercial deal is probably the most important part. Like that's hardcore. Like you're looking at books and records, you're looking at history. It's a very extensive, depending on the property, obviously, it's very extensive. Okay, remember we talked about beneficial ownership, legal ownership? This is why we talk about operation of the property during the contract. So can the seller make any leases, change the use, do anything to the vacant space, whatever, with the buyer's consent or without the buyer's consent? You set that forth here. It talks about closing procedure, documents, costs, all the same type of thing we spoke about. If you notice, all the same stuff, just in different ways. It talks about the escrow agent responsibilities. It talks about the cure period, back to the force majeure, right? So it goes through, and if you notice, that looks very similar. It talks about what happens to the deposit. It talks about what happens in default. Now, the one thing I do need to tell you, remember we talked about the Johnson v. Davis, where you got to disclose hidden defects? That's only for residential properties. So as a seller of commercial property, you can't lie or actively try to hide something, but you don't got to point it out. Okay. Talks about prevailing party attorney's fees. It talks about disclosures. Talks about the risk of loss, which with commercial properties obviously is more important and therefore different. So if damaged by fire, or the casualty seller will bear the risk of loss, and buyer may cancel his contract without liability, or the buyer can purchase the property at the price, and seller will credit the deductible, if any, and transfer the closing any insurance proceeds, or seller's claim to the insurance proceeds. Seller will cooperate with the claim. Seller will not settle. So it might be times where even if it burns down or partially burns down, the buyer still wants to buy it. So this controls that. That actually happens a lot. And then it also talks about eminent domain, okay, which is also called condemnation. Okay, not going into any detail yet. It's a whole module or part of a module later on, but basically means that the government wants to build a highway through your property, they have to compensate for you for that. This deals with what happens if that happens during the contract. Okay, and it's not just a highway. There's lots of reasons they may take it. Government can take your property and compensate you for it, but this deals with what happens then. Okay, but I'm not going to get into any more detail now because I have a whole thing for that. It's actually very important in a whole area of law in and of itself. It talks about assignability. It talks about the brokers, okay, and how they get paid, which in this case is sometimes per the MLS, but oftentimes commercial is not on the MLS, so may be dealt with directly. And it talks about some of these optional clauses, which as you can see, look pretty much the same, but there's less of them as a regular residential contract, okay? And the signatures, and that's it. And that's a commercial contract. So, we went through that residential contract. We spent a good 3 hours or 2.5 hours on it. But if you notice, it's all the same stuff. It's just, it's different type of property. So the reason that was cool and why I did it that way is because you realize, well, risk of loss is risk of loss. Legal description is legal description, whatever, it's all the same thing. It's just different property types and to some extent, different standard rules, right? And then we're going to get into, now before I go on, anyone have any questions on that? Okay, good. Now I know I didn't give you the second break. So if we do get through this a little quicker than the 20 minutes we have left, I'll just let you out a little early for that second break. We'll see how it goes. All right, okay, so here's what I did with this form. I went into Westlaw, which is a very expensive lawyer service that has a zillion things in it you can look up and search. And I pulled out a relatively straightforward contract form for commercial real estate that I've used before as a starting point. Okay, and I just left it kind of as is. So what you're looking at is a pretty standard, non-pre-printed start of a contract. This isn't the end of a contract. It needs to be gone through, made specific to the transaction and changed. Okay, so, but the idea is it'll give you, as we go through it, it'll give you some idea of how things are the same and how things can get even more complicated, right? Okay, so, sorry, 1 second. Okay, so, and the thing you'll notice on some of these contracts when lawyers get involved, they tend to try to make it look fancier with tables of contents and stuff. In truth, it's just fluff, and there's even going to be a clause saying it's just fluff, but it does look nice. So you'll see some of that. Okay. You'll also see that as you read it, it's a little harder to read and go through than the pre-printed forms. So if you notice right off the top, purchase and sale agreement, okay, and then it immediately predefines the effective. Again, because typically when you're using a contract like this, it's like the board of directors are going to have to sign off on it. It may take weeks. Okay, so this is where you get into like letters of intent and contracts to contract and such. But it, it defines things a little differently. Okay, and then it starts defining words. So when you're an attorney and you're drafting a contract, or if you're a developer and you're drafting a contract, whatever it is, it's very, very important that, and really the idea of a contract is to leave nothing to the imagination. Like ideally, the perfect contract, there's no question about what anything means. Everything is set out so clearly that there's nothing to argue about. Okay, that's like